assembled here for the silver jubilee penitence beginning today that will continue for 2 more days with various items of your Vadipadus which will be conducted here. We had in the morning Ganapati Homa followed by Sahasra Modaka Homa. This will be followed by further events in the evening, tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Now, we would like to honor our and senior citizens and Diluswamis of our Mumbai who are present here. We will call first from the, I am not following any numbers, please excuse me. Whoever is present in this August House, I will call them one by one. They may come and we would like to honor them. Initially I call first Mr. Manikam, the senior member of Brahmana Seva Samiti, who has contributed immense.
यच्छर्वणवाक्यं ब्रह्माद्य न विभेति कदाचनेति यदुर्वाङ्कुरैर्गजति स वै श्रवणापमा भवति यो लाजैर्गजति स गषवान् भवति स मेधावान् भवति यो मोदकदहस्रेण गजति स वाञ्छितफलमवाप्नोति एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत् सहनाववत् सहना भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाकृभिर्गजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागंसस्तनभिः विषेमदेवहितं यदायः स्वस्य न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विष्णवेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ सर्वान् वा एष अग्नौ कामान् प्रवेशयति सगतनिष्ठा प्रयायात् अतेजा अवीर्यस्यात् तुभ्यन्त अङ्गिरस्तमा अग्ने कामाय ये मिरयिति कामप्रीता एनं कामा अनुप्रयान्ति सन्ततिर्वा एषा यज्ञस्य यदुद्वायति सम्प्राञ्चमुद्धृत्य मन वै प्रजापतिः मनधैव यज्ञकं सन्तनोति भूत वै प्रजापतिः विवा एषकेन्द्रिकेण वीर्येण अर्ध्यते तावच्छम्यया प्रविच्छेत् स्वकं भरेत् तृतीयेन ज्योतिषा संविशस्व देवानां परमे जनित्रकिति सैव तदप्रायश्चित्तिः अनुप्रयायावस्येत् औषधेर्वा एतच्च पशान्पयः प्रविशति तानि गद्दह्यात् यन्न दह्यात् वायव्यायवागोन्निर्वपेत् स एवास्मै पयः प्रदापयते पयः अथोत्तरस्मै हविषे वत्सानपाकुर्यात् अन्यतरान् वा एष देवान् भागधेयेन व्यर्थयति यस्य सायं दुग्धकं हविरार्तिमार्च्छति पयो वा ओषधयः चेतर ऐन्द्रः पुरोडाशः स्यात् पयो वा ओषधयः पयसैवास्मै पयो वरुन्धे सैव ततः प्रायश्चित्तिः ये यजमानस्य सायं च प्रातश्च गृहमागच्छन्ति ऐन्द्रं पञ्चशरावमोदनं निर्वपेत् अग्निमुखा एव देवता प्रीणादे इन्द्रमन्वन्याः पयो वा ओषधयः पयसैवास्मै पयो वरुन्धे सैव ततः प्रायश्चित्तिः यस्य प्रत्येहन्पत्न्यनालम्भुका भवति सर्वेणैव यज्ञेन गजते अमहमस्मि द्यौरहं समाहं तावेहि सम्भवाव सुगंसे पुत्राय वेत्तवै अर्धके वै नामुपह्वयते यद्विषण्णेन जुह्यात् यदनायतने निनयेत् राजापत्ययर्चा वल्मीकवपायामवनगेत् यज्ञप्रजापतिः भूरित्याह भूतिमेवोपैति ज्ञान दुग्धा पुनर्हतव्यम् यद्गीतावपन्नेन च यदनायतने निदयेत् मध्यमेन पर्णेन द्यावा पृथिव्यर्थान्तः परिधि निनगेत् तत्कृत्वा सैव ततः प्रायश्चित्तिः अपरपमस्यात्मञ्जायेत यत्प्रत्ययात् सजहयात् मित्रादाधारपृथिवीमतद्यां सत्याय हव्यं घृतवज्जहतेति तत्कृत्वा सैव ततः प्रायश्चित्तिः तत्पर्यवेटकटमानाय चाकग्ः स्यात् यत्पूर्वस्यामाहृत्य द्विपाद्भिः पशुभिर्गटमानः व्यर्थेत चतुष्पाद्भिः पशुभिर्गटमानः व्यर्थेत तत्र हव्यानि कामकेति वानस्पत्ययर्चा समिधमाधाय अनर्पति नैव यज्ञस्यार्ताञ्जानार्ताञ्जाहृति विदाधार अन्यान् दग्ध्वा पुनरहतव्यम् यत्पुरा प्रयाजेभ्यः प्राङ्गारस्कन्देत् यद्दक्षिणा यत्प्रत्यक् यददङ् यदभिजहयात् यन्नाभिजहयात् श्रुवस्य बुद्धेनापि निदध्यात् नमस्ते अस्त्वायते नम यत्र निषीदसि सम्प्रहरेत् स्तोमपृष्ठो घृतवान् सुप्रतीकः स्वपाषण्णो वीरपोषं च गच्छेति सैव ततः प्रायश्चित्तिः यस्याहिताग्नेरग्निर्मत्स्यमानो न जायते तत आहृत्य हतव्यम् यद्यन्यन्न विन्देत् आग्नेयी वा एषा अग्नावेवास्याग्निहोत्र हतं भवति यदजस्याश्नीयात् तामद्यात् यद्यजान्न विन्देत् एष वा अग्निर्वैश्वानरः अग्नावेवास्याग्निहोत्र हतं भवति यद्ब्राह्मणं वसत्या अपरुन्ध्यात् सम्भागधेयेन व्यर्थकेत् यदि ब्राह्मणं न विन्देत् अग्निवान् वै दर्भस्तम्भः दर्भागस्तु नाध्यासीत यामेवाग्नावाहुतिं जुहुयात् तस्माद्दर्भानाध्यासितव्याः अप्सहतव्यम् देवतास्वेवास्याग्निहोत्र हतं भवति यदापः परिरक्षीत तां परिरक्षीत मेध्या च वा एतस्या मेध्या च तनुभौषकं सृज्येते अग्नये विविचये पुरोडाशमट्टाकपालं निर्वपेत् अग्नये व्रतपदगे पुरोडाशमट्टाकपालं निर्वपेत् सदेवैनं व्रतमालं भगते अग्निरेन्द्रस्पष्टा बृहस्पतिः नाभिप्राप्नोति निर्वृतिं पराजैः यदग्निहोत्रं प्रेतस्य वाजिनज्ञस्रवेत् प्रेतकेवास्मिन् वाजिनं दधाति अग्निर्वैरेतोधाः इन्द्र इत्याह कष्टेत्याह रूपमेव पशुषु दधाति ब्रह्म वै देवानां बृहस्पतिः पृथिव्यामवचश्चोदैतदित्याह नाभिप्राप्नोति निरृतिं पराजैरित्याह याः पुरस्तात् प्रस्रवन्ति आभिरश्मिपवित्राभिः देवागातुविदः पुनरस्पतिना देवेन तृतीयस्यै दिवः समपीथाय सन्नयितम् आपदेवे शुद्धास्थ उपातङ्क्याय देवानां पयगृहेषु पय अग्न्यास गायत्रीपर्णवल्केन अग्निं गृह्णामि सुरसंयमयभः आदित्यं ज्योतिषात् रुद्राणादित्यान् पूर्वः परिगृह्णामि मामर्जं पञ्चदशी ये प्रविष्टाः अग्निरहव्यवाडिहतानावहद आमावास्यकं हविरिदमेषां मयि देवसकं सदमागमन् स्व आयतने मनीषया अग्निं गृहपतिमभिसंवसानाः स्व आयतने मनीषया अग्निं गृहपतिमभिसंवसानाः स्व आयतने मनीषया अवाढव्यापितृभ्यः अविषन्नः पितुं करते विजयभागसमिन्धताम् विजित्यै शरदशतम् अभिहराणि शरदशतम् अहिर्बध्नियो निगच्छत वसुभ्यो यज्ञं प्रब्रवीमि रुद्रेभ्यो यज्ञं प्रब्रवीमि आदित्येभ्यो यज्ञं प्रब्रवीमि वयस्वद्वीरुधाम्बयः तेन मामिन्द्रसकाशज तच्छकेयन्तन्मे राध्यताम् प्रदानां व्रतपते व्रतं चरिष्यामि इमां प्राचीमदेजे बहुपर्णामशष्काग्रां यत्कृष्णोरपं कृत्वा ततस्त्वामेकविकाशतिथा तेन परिधेकस्तिस्रः समिधः उपवेशं मे क्षणं धृष्टिं या जाता ओषधयः तासां पर्वराध्यासम् अपामेध्यं यज्ञियम् आच्छेत्तावमारिषम् अपरिमितानां परिमिताः येन मानिकाङ्कतमच्चनाहं सकृताच्छिन्नं बर्हिररुणामृत अस्मिन् छेदन्तु मे पितरः सौम्याः त्रिवृत्कलाशे दर्भः यज्ञे पवित्रं प्रोद्धृतमम् इम प्राणापानौ आप्यायन्तौ सञ्चरता पवित्रे स्थ वैष्णवी अयं प्राणश्च पानश्च यज्ञे ह्यभूतां पोतार तया वेदिं विविदुः पृथिवीम् अच्छिद्रं यज्ञमन्वेषु विद्वान् त्रयस्त्रकोशोऽसि तन्तूना शिवे यज्ञरज्जुरभिधानी अप्रस्रकंसाय यज्ञस्य पशुभिः सन्नीतं बिभृता उपवेशोऽसि यज्ञाय इन्द्राय हविः कृण्वन्तः अमृन्मयं देवपात्रम् तिरः पवित्रमतिनीताः देवेन च पित्रोत्पूताः गान्धः पवित्रे रज्जुम् एता आचरन्ति मधुमद्दुहानाः बह्वेर्भवन्तेरुपजायमानाः पुरुषास्थ रायस्पोषेण बहुला भवन्ति जीवो जीवन्तीरुपवत्सतेयम् धाता सोमेन रहवातेन वायः उत्सन्तु हन्ति कलशं चतुर्बिलम् तदिन्द्राग्ने जिन्मदकाशानृतावत् कामधक्षः प्रणो ब्रोहे अमूयस्यान् देवानां बहुदग्धेन्द्राय देवेभ्यः वत्सेभ्यो मनुष्येभ्यः यज्ञस्य सन्ततिरसे अदत्तमदविष्णवे त्वा अद्भिररिक्तेन पात्रेण अयं वयस्वमं कृत्वा पर्णवल्कः पवित्रं नमो पर्णञ्च दर्भञ्च प्रातर्वेषाय गोपाय उभाभक्ति उपस्तृणते अहं ग्राम्यानुपवसामि देवादेवेषु परा आक्रमध्वं द्वितीयास्तृतीयेषु इदकंशके यय्यदिदं करोमि इदं करिष्ये भेषजम् अश्विना प्रावतयुवं मुखमपहामि महदगिन्द्रियाय अग्निर्हव्यानुमन्यता स्वरूपं त्वावसुविदम् अग्नये जुष्टमभिघारयामि ऋतस्य धारया सुषेवं कल्पयामि ह्रीणां मेधसुमनस्य मानः श्रुतवत्सनाति जनितामतीनां देवानां विष्ठामनयो वितस्थे देवान् गच्छ सुवर्विन्दगजमानाय मह्यम् देवाः पितरः पितरो देवाः यस्यास्मिन् तमन्तरेमि सम्पर्तज्ञस्वज्ञश्रान्तं तस्य मेऽग्निरुपद्रष्टा आदित्यो नुख्याता पृथिवी माता य एवास्मि ससनिगजे मा ते तेजोपक्रमीत् अवदानानि ते प्रत्यवदास्यामि यदवदानानि ते वद्यन् आज्येन प्रत्यनज्मेन ते अज्यायो यवमात्रात् मारुरुपामयज्ञस्य मनुना दृष्टां घृतपदीं दक्षिणार्थादसम्भिन्दन् इडे भागञ्जुषस्पनः तस्यास्ते भक्षिवाणस्याम रत्नपिण्डस्व पर्वतो मे मोपदशते यशो मे कल्पन्तां दैवी इष्टमानुषीश्च अर्धमासा मे कल्पन्ता ऋतव मे कल्पन्ता ऋतिरसि कल्पतां मे शत्रुभ्यः अमृतेभ्यः धेम हविषा वयं मा भागो भक्त अपस्पिन्व द्विपात्वाहे दिववृष्टिमेरग सोम्यानाग सोमपेथिना नेहा ब्राह्मणस्यास्ति समादित्यैर्वसुभिः सम्मरुद्भिः दिव्यन्नभ गच्छति यत्स्वाहा अदितिरिव सुपुत्रा उपनिषदे सुप्रजास्त्वाय यज्ञस्य युक्तौ धुर्यावभूता दिव्यज्योतिरजरपारभेता ताः प्रीणाति गजबालो घृतेन देवानां दैव्येऽपि गजबालो वृतभूत् ऊर्जभागकंशतकृत तेन द्रव्यतमकहः ममेदमिष्टन्नमिच्छुर्भवाति ताभ्यामिन्द्रो अदधाद्भागधेयम् अस्मिन् यज्ञे मरुतो मृडतानः मानो विदद्वृजनाद्वेष्याय पूर्णमासं यजामहे रायस्पोषकं सहस्रिणम् पूर्णमासाय स्वाहा धेनुरिव भूय आप्यायमाना रायस्पोषकं सहस्रिणम् अमावास्यायै स्वाहा दामिम्माहिकां क्षीरमयाशिकाना निष्का इमे यजमानस्य प्रध्ने परिहितोऽग्निर्गजमानं भुनक्त् निष्का इमे यजमानस्य सन्तु कामदुघाः भूपते भुवनपते ब्रह्माणं त्वा वृणीमहे अहं महतभूतस्य पतिः देवदवितरे तन्त्वा वृणते तदहं मनसे प्रब्रवीमि गायत्री त्रिष्टुभे जगत्यनुष्टुभे पङ्क्तिः प्रजापतये विश्वे देवा बृहस्पतये ब्रह्मभूर्भुवस्सुवः अहं मनुष्याणां दन्दस्मै हर्म्यं करोमि मेधावी दिक्षु मनसा तपस्वी चतुष्शिखण्डा युवतिः सुपेषाः पर्मृज्यमाना महते सौभगाय महिमानं पपोष यज्ञीया यज्ञं विजगं दिशञ्च यमा हृदा मनसा यच्च वाचा यश्रुतेन हृदकेनेष्णता च अर्णामृतप्रथमानग्स्यानं स्वर्गे लोके यजमानगहितेः चतुर्शिखण्डा युवतिश्रुपेषाः सास्तीर्यमाना महते सौभगाय शिवा च मे शक्मा चैधे ऊर्जस्वती च मे पयस्वती चैधे ब्रह्मतेजो मे पिन्वस्व ऋषंवृत्तिं मे पिन्वस्व प्रजां पशून् मे पिन्वस्व अविक्षोभाय परिधीन् दधामि अग्निर्द्वेषाकुंसि निरितोऽनुदाते जातान् भ्रातृव्यान् ये च निष्यमानाः अहज्ञस्वानामुत्तमोऽसानि देवाः विश्वं पाप्मानममतिं दुर्मरायं धृती स्थविधृती स्वधृती प्रजां मयि धारयतम् अयं प्रस्तरौभयस्य धर्ता सदाधारसमिधो विश्वरूपाः आरह वत्सो जुहुदेवयानान् हिरण्यपक्षादिराधंहृताङ्गा अवाहं बाधौ पभृता सपत्नान् दोहै यज्ञकुं सुदुघामि पथेनम् अधरे मत्सपत्नाः हृदारातीयादभिता सदग्ने अहमुत्तर भूयासं यज्ञस्वरः प्रियेण नाम्ना प्रगे सदशिषीद तथगि प्रजगापटुभिस्वर्गे लोके अहमुत्तर भूयासं यज्ञस्थालीकृतस्य पूर्णा मारुतेन शर्मणा दैव्येन सर्वतो मां भूतं भविष्यच्छ्रगताम् सहस्रं मे सन्तु संहृताः इदमिन् सर्वतः श्रुतः इदं मे सन्त्वाशिषः इरावतीः पशुमतीः अनेनेन्द्राय पशवो चिकित्सन् इहेषमर्जय्यशः सह ओजस्सनेयं यत्पृथिवीमजरत्तत्प्रविष्टम् इदं तच्छुक्रं मधुवाजिनीवत् दधीमान्धिनोत् गुहासतीं गहने गह्वरेषु अच्छिद्रं यज्ञं भूरिकर्मा करोत् चाधाम्ना यजुषा देवताभिः इन्द्रस्य साख्यममृतत्वमस्यात् अस्मिन् यज्ञे यजमानाय मह्यम् अहं प्रजां वीरवतीं विधेय वाजन्ता सरिष्यन्तम् वाजिनं वाजजितम् अग्निमन्नादमन्नाद्याय उपामान्द्युः पिताह्वयताम् आयुषे वर्चसे उपहृता पृथिवी माता अग्निराग्निध्रात् जीवात् वै पुण्याय विच्छिन्नं यज्ञकंसमिमं दधात् विश्वे देवा इहमादयन्ताम् अहं वा आक्षिपितश्चरन् नीचैर्देवानि पृच्छत समानो यश्च निष्ठ्यः मातस्य छेषि किञ्चन यञ्चाहन्वेष्मयश्च माम् तागश्चाहन्वेष्मये च मा वाजन्त्वा वाकुंसम् वाजिनं वाजजितम् अग्निमन्नादमन्नाद्याय इद्भः परिधयसृजः याज्यार्चवषट्काराः इद्भसन्नहने हुते शिव्या अध्युत्थितः विहन्तकंशोजगामसि अडधेम अहकंशुटम् नमो नमश्च ते यज्ञ स्योनेन मेनं तिष्ठस्व ब्रह्मवर्चसेन मेनं तिष्ठस्व उपदेयज्ञ नमः उपते नमः यान्यङ्ग अवशिष्यते आपस्तत्प्रवहतादितः आशिश्लेष दृशति यत्कपाले विश्वे देव जुषन्ता अग्नोताः सर्वाः स्विष्टाः सुहुता जुहोमि सपत्नान्मे अनीनशः इम्रो जन्नधरान् कृधे पिता पुत्रेभ्यो यथा तस्य नो देहि सूर्य आरहन्नुत्तरान् दिवम् हरिमाणञ्च नाशक रोपणाकासु दध्मसि हरिमाणन्निदध्मसि विश्वेन सहसा सह मो अहन्विषतो रथम् नुष्टनश्वपतुश्शपात् सर्वं पापकं समाहताम् मर्तोऽभिदासति देवाः मातस्योच्छेष किञ्चन तर ब्रह्मसंशितः मैषाङ्कण्डनाक्षसः धर्तरिदं पश्य समतिः पनिष्ठा अमृताय न्याहः अनद्या वा पृथिवी देवपुत्रे तपसि ब्रह्मणो योनिः क्षत्रमश्रुतस्य योनिः श्रद्धां मनसा विश्वस्य भवनस्याधिपत्नीं वातं प्राणं मनसान्वारभामहे तनो मृत्योस्त्रायितां वात्मगहजः इन्द्रशाक्वरगायत्रीं प्रपद्ये इन्द्रशाक्वरत्रष्टुभं प्रपद्ये इन्द्रशाक्वरजगतीं प्रपद्ये इन्द्रशाक्वरानुष्टुभं प्रपद्ये इन्द्रशाक्वरपङ्क्तिं प्रपद्ये आहन्दीक्षामर्हमृतस्य पत्नीं तदगसत्ये धायी कृतञ्च मे सत्यञ्च भूतां सुवर्गल्लोकन्नागस्य पृष्ठं पृथिवी दीक्षा ययाग्निर्दीक्षया दीक्षितः अन्तरिक्षं दीक्षा यया वायुर्दीक्षया दीक्षितः द्यौर्दीक्षा ययादित्यो दीक्षया दीक्षितः दशो दीक्षा यया चन्द्रमा दीक्षया दीक्षितः आपदीक्षा यया वरुणो राजा दीक्षया दीक्षितः औषधयो दीक्षा यया सोमो राजा दीक्षया दीक्षितः वाग्दीक्षा यया प्राणो दीक्षया दीक्षितः पृथिवी त्वादीक्षमानमनुदीक्षता द्यौस्त्वादीक्षमानमनुदीक्षता त्वादीक्षमानमनुदीक्षन्ता वाक्त्वादीक्षमानमनुदीक्षता सामानि त्वादीक्षमानमनुदीक्षन्ता अहश्चरात्रिश्च कृषश्च पचितिश्च ऊर्जसंहृता च स्वेदक्षेदक्षपिते हसीद श्वासस्थस्तनुवासं विषस्व शिवमा शिवमाविष श्रद्धामेक्षितः सवितृप्रसदामादिशो दीक्षगन्ध अहन्वदस्मि मदसि त्वमेतत् ममैव सन्वह हव्यान्यग्ने आजग्मानत्सुप्रतीकः पुरस्ताद् अस्मिन् सधस्थे अध्युत्तरस्मिन् एकमिषे विष्णुस्मान् वेद त्रीणि व्रताय विष्णुस्मान् वेद पञ्चपशभ्यो विष्णुस्मान् वेद सप्तभ्यः त्राभ्यो विष्णुस्मान् वेद सख्यन्ते गमेयम् सख्यान्मे माय अष्टाः तस्यास्ते पृथिवीपादः तस्यास्तेऽन्तरिक्षं पादः तस्यास्ते द्यौः पादः तस्यास्ते दिशः पादः सा नगिषवर्जन्धुक्ष्व ब्रह्मवर्चरमन्नाद्यम् देवानान्धेनकं सुदुःखामनपस्फुरन्ति क्षेमस्तु नः अन्नराकृणुत वसुमतीका रुद्रवती मादित्यवती नाभा पृथिव्याः देव देवस्य सवितुः सवे रुद्रप्रतीका भुवनस्य मध्ये तयोर्देवानामधिभागधेयम् अपचक्राणि वर्तय न वा उवेदन् प्रयसेन ऋष्यसि यत्र यन्ति सुकृतो नापि दुष्कृतः यदस्य पारे रजसः तन्नः परिषदति द्विषः यस्माद्भीषावासिष्ठाः प्रजाभ्यः सर्वाभ्यो मृड यस्माद्भीषान्यषदः प्रजाभ्यः सर्वाभ्यो मृड दुस्रतिष्ठप्रतिष्ठमानिषः स्वर्गे लोके डमानगहिधेः यस्माद्भीषा वेपिष्ठाः फलायिष्ठाः समज्ञा आस्थाः प्रजाभ्यः सर्वाभ्यो मृड य इदमकः तस्मै स्वाहा आशानान्त्वा विश्वा आशाः इन्द्राग्नि चैतनस्य च अहृतस्य हृतस्य च अहृतस्य हृतस्य च वीतं पिबतं जुषेथाम् मर्त्विजमो इमाः प्रजाः सुखं दृष्टमुभयं कृतम् इन्द्रेण प्रेषिता उप मित्रस्ते अस्मकंशभः अपांशया ऋतस्य गर्भाः पर्वतानां ककुभः प्रकृतो न पाथारः घोषेणामीवागिश्चातयत देवाग्रावाणकिन्दुरिन्द्रकित्यवादिशः आस्मात्सधस्था आशभतमसुषभः समरे रक्षाकस्य वधिषः वाक्चत्वा मनश्च श्रेणीताम् चक्षुश्चत्वा श्रोत्रञ्च श्रेणीताम् अजश्चत्वा दहश्च श्रेणीताम् आत्मा चत्वा तनुश्च श्रेणीताम् श्रुतायत्वा श्रुतेभ्यस्त्वा यं मित्रमाहुर्यमु सत्यमाहः तस्मै त्वा तेभ्यस्त्वा मयि दक्ष मयि क्रतः ऋषग्धर्मो विभातु मे विराजा ज्योतिषा सह तस्य दोहमशीमहे तस्य भक्षमशीमहे मित्रजनान् प्रसमित्र य आविवेश भुवनानि विश्वा त्रीणि ज्योतिगुंसि सचते स षोडशी इन्द्रो नाम श्रुतो गणे यः प्रतिपन्वे इन्द्रो नाम घृतन्नयः न आत्मा विशन्त इन्द्राधिपतेऽधिपतिष्वन् देवानामसि आयुष्वन्तं वर्चस्वन्तं मनुष्येषकर हौदे भक्षं चक्रतुरग्र एतम् वाक्कृशाना सोमच्च दृप्यत तस्य मनो देवै यज्ञेन राध्यासम् अवसानपते वसानं मे विन्द आयने विद्रवणे आवर्तने विवर्तने यान्यपामित्यान्यप्रतीत्थान्यस्मि यहैव सन्तः प्रतितज्जातयामः अनृणा अस्मिन् नृणाः परस्मिन् ये देवगाना उत पितृगाणा आह इदमनुश्रेयोवसानमाकन्म ओमद्धनवदश्ववदूर्जस्वते पवित्रकुपृषुसुविमानः द्यावा पृथिवी विगदानं विदाने पवित्रमर्कोर्जुषो विमानः सुवर्जो दीर्घशो महते तस्तां सेत् सविता मित्रो अर्यमा बृहन्तं मामकरद्वीरवन्तं कामदेव्ये श्रगस्व स्वाहान्तरिक्षे बृहतात्वोपस्तभ्नोमि अस्मास्वघ्निया यूयन्तु छाछेन्द्रिकम्पयः दैव्यः केतुर्विश्वं भवनमा विवेश हनुमा सर्वो यज्ञो यमेद आप्रियश्चन्दागुंसि निविदो यजोगुंषे प्रजापतेर्वर्तनिमनुवर्तस्व अन्वश्वैरनुसर्वैरपुष्टैः देवानो यज्ञमृजुधानयन्तु प्रत्यश्वेष प्रतिष्ठामि घोष विश्वमन्याभिवावृधे दिवे च विश्वकर्मणे हस्तान्योः पृथिवीं स्कन्ने मा विश्वा भुवना अस्कानजनि प्राजनि स्कन्नात् प्रजनिषीमहे येषां प्रकाशामतानुयाजाः अपश्रितः शन्नस्करत अश्विना अपश्रितः सन्नस्तपद सूर्यः अपश्रितः यन्मृतः पुनरप्येति जीवान् देवगर्भनमृतस्य जीवात् विश्वानि विदुषे भर अपश्चाद्दघ्वने नरे इन्दरिन्द्रोपात् उपहृतस्य उपहृत भक्षयामि ब्रह्मयज्ञानागहविषामाज्यस्य यज्ञः पर्वाणि प्रतिरन्नेति कल्पयन् आश्रावितमत्याश्रावितम् अतिरिक्तं कर्मणो यच्च हीनं स्वाहा कृताहुतिरेत देवान् पाचाचित् प्रगतं देवहेडनम् अन्यत्रास्मिन् मरुतस्तन्निधेतन स्वाधिष्ठाधीति रुचथा यशस्यते स्वाहा कृतस्य समुद्रुप्नुतर्भुवः उदत्यञ्चित्रम् त्वन्न अग्ने सत्त्वन्न अग्ने इमं जीवेभ्यः परिधिं दधामि तदञ्जीवन्तु शरदः पुरजेः इष्टेभ्यः स्वाहा वषडनिष्टेभ्यः स्वाहा दौरार्ध्यै स्वाहा दैवीभ्यस्तनभ्यः स्वाहा यदगेन्द्रभयामहे भगवन् भक्तिदवदन्न ऊतके स्वस्तिदा विषट्पतिः वृषेन्द्रः पुरयेतु नः आभिर्गेर्भिर्गदतो न ऊनम् यदा स्तोत्रभ्यो महिकोत्रार्जासे अनाज्ञातं यदाज्ञातम् अग्ने तदस्य कल्पय पुरुषरम्मितो यज्ञः अग्ने तदस्य कल्पय यद्वा गत्रामनरादेन दक्षान अग्निष्टद्धोता आकृतविद्विजानन् यद्देवादेवहेडनम् आदित्याश्चस्मान्मामुञ्चत देवाजीवनकाम्यायत् अग्निर्मादस्मादेन सह दुरितायानि चक्रम ऋतेन द्यावा पृथिवी ऋतान्मामुञ्चताकंहतः सजादशकंसात् तवाजामिषकंसात् नाज्ञातं देवकृतं यदेनः यद्वाचा यन्मनसा शीर्ण्यैर्गतं चक्रमा वयं यद्धस्ताभ्यां चकरकिल्बिषाणि दूरे पश्चातराष्ट्रभृच्च अदीव्यन्द्रणं यदहञ्चकार यन्मयि माता येन चकार यत्पिता यदा पिपेष मातरं पितरम् अहिकंसितौ पितरौ मया तत् यदन्तरिक्षं पृथिवीमुतद्याम् अग्निर्मातस्मादेन सह यदेन चक्रमा नूतनं यत्पुराणम् अतिक्रामामि दुरितं यदेनः यत्र गन्ति सुकृतो नापि दुष्कृतः कृते देव अमर्जतैतदेनः ततो मा यदि किञ्चिदानशे गार्हपत्यः प्रमुञ्चत् करोदमामनेन सम् या जाता औषधीभ्यः तानशन्धन्तु शन्धनेः यद्वादिवा नूतनं यत्पुराणम् मम्मे वरुणदत्वायामि तमग्ने अयासि प्रियाण्यङ्गानि स्वधिता पर्वकंशे अनागस अथमित्सङ्क्षकेम तरो यच्चेतु दुर्दक्षिणेन निश्चयतान् देवसोम यदा स्थानात् प्रच्युतो वेन सित्मना सानः सन्धासत्परमे व्योमन् अन्य भवति वर्ण अस्य आन भज सतसि विश्वरूपे आन गिर आवृणानः आनरपं वहतु जायमानः प्रियाण्यङ्गानि तव वर्धयन्ति उपमाराजन् सुकृते ह्वयस्व सग्रश्रोत्रेण गच्छस्व सोमराजन् जानीतान्न सङ्गमने पथीनाम् प्रकाशधस्थाविदरूपमस्य इष्टापूर्ते कृणुतादाविरस्मै नमस्ते अस्तचक्षसे रघूयते धैर्यं गच्छतात् परमेभ्यो मन् जानीमन्नोपवाच्य नृभिः श्रेष्ठन्न अत्र द्रविणं यथा दधते अन्वादी इध्याथामिह नः सखाया उग्राशतापाष्ठा घविषा परिणो वृणक् यद्दिदीक्षे मनसा यच्च वाचा यद्रेतसा मिथुनेनाप्यात्मना शुक्रादीक्षायैतपदा विमोचनेः साम्ना यजुषा यच्छन्दोभिराषधेभिर्वनस्पत शुक्रादीक्षायैतपदा विमोचनेः येन ब्रह्म येन क्षत्रम् देवारणगो येन प्राणाः शुक्लादेक्षायैतपसा विमोचनेः अपां पुष्पमस्योषधीनागो रसः अग्नेः प्रगतमहविस्वाहा सोमस्य प्रगन्धाम अपां पुष्पमस्योषधीनागो रसः विश्वेषां देवानां प्रगतमहविस्वाहा मनस्तनोषपिप्रतः देवेभ्यः पितृभ्यः स्वाहा कव्येभ्यः पितृभ्यः स्वाहा सौम्याजैहमादिगध्वम् अनन्तरिता पितरः सौम्याः सोमपीठात् वैवस्वतो न भयं कृणोत अभिनश्रीयताकरैः परं हृद्य अनुपरेहि पन्था दक्षुत्प्रदेशन्वते ते ब्रवीमि इदमनुश्रेयोऽवसानमागन्म पर्णं वनस्पतेरिव सजतान्नः शचीपतिः ॐ शन्नो वातः पवतां मातरिश्वासन्नस्तपतु सूर्यः समशानव्युच्छतु समादित्य उदेतु नः मातेभ्योमसन्दृशे प्रतिष्ठासि प्रतिष्ठावन्त भूयास्ममा प्रतिष्ठायाश्चित्स्वह्य प्रतिष्ठस्य भूया योऽस्मान् वेत्ति यञ्च वयन् विष्मः स्वगः विश्वभेषज देवानां दूत ईयसे दक्षं मे अन्य आवातु परान्यवातु यद्रपः ततो न देहि जीवसे ततो न देहि भेषजम् शम्भर्मयो भोर्न हृदे प्रणआय कंसितार्षः सहयन्मे अस्ति तेन अन्तरिक्षम् अर्वन्तरं बृहदग्नयः पर्वताश्च यजावात स्वस्त्या स्वस्तिमान्तया स्वस्त्या स्वस्तिमानसानि परिपातमस्मानरेट्टेभिरश्विनासौ अयानश्चित्र आभवद्युति सदा वृधत्सखा आपहिष्ठामय भवस्तान ऊर्जे दधातन यो वशिवतमोरसस्तस्य भाजयते हनः तस्मा रङ्गमामवो यस्य पृथिवी शान्तसाग्निनाश अन्तरिक्षकाशान्तं तद्वायुनाशान्तं तन्मेषान्तकाशटकाशमयत् पृथिवी शान्तिरन्तरिक्षकाशान्तिर्द्युशान्तिर्दिशः शान्तिरवान्तरदिशा शान्तिरग्निः शान्तिर्वायुः शान्तिरादित्यः शान्तिश्चन्द्रमा शान्तिर्नक्षत्राणि शान्तिरापशान्तिरोरथयः शान्तिर्वनस्पतयः शान्तिर्गौः शान्तिरजा शान्तिरश्व पुरुषः शान्तिर्ब्रह्म शान्तिर्ब्राह्मणः शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः शान्तिर्मे अस्तु शान्तिः देहश्रीश्च ह्रीश्च धृतिश्च तपमेधा प्रतिष्ठा श्रद्धा सत्यं धर्मश्चैतान्यमत्तिष्ठन्तमन तिष्ठन्तु मामागश्रीश्च ह्रीश्च धृतिश्च तपमेधा प्रतिष्ठा श्रद्धा सत्यं धर्मश्चैतान्यमामा भासिषुः तच्चक्षुर्देवहितं पुरस्ताच्छुक्रमुच्चरते यवुदगान् महतोर्णवाद्विभ्राजमानः शरीरस्य मध्यात् समावृषभ ताक्षसूर्य विपश्चिन्मनसा पुनात् मेधावनीषे मामिषताक समीची भूतस्य भव्यस्य वरुध्यै सर्वमायुरयाणि आभिर्गे नक्षत्रवाक्य यदास्तु द्रभ्यमहि गोत्रारुजारिभयष्ठभाज धते स्याम ॐ शान्तिः 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 नक्षत्रं देवमिन्द्रियम् हविरा संजहतन यस्येमा विश्वा भुवनानि सर्वा अग्निर्न देवः सुविते दधातु विश्वरूपा बृहति चित्रभानुः यथा जीवेम शरदस्य वीराः विश्वरूपाणि प्रतिमोदमाना प्रिया देवानामुपयातु यज्ञम् शिवन्नक्षत्रं प्रियमस्य धाम प्रेतः प्रजां यजमाने दधातु प्रियकराजन् प्रियतमं प्रियाणाम् षण्णयेधिद्विपदे षण्चतुष्पदे श्रेष्ठो देवानां पतिरग्नियानां मानप्रजागरीरिषन्मतवीरान् आर्द्रा नक्षत्रं जुषतागं हविर्नः अपाघटकं सन्नुदतामरातिम् पुनर्वसु नः पुनरेतां यज्ञम् पुनः पुनर्वो हविषाय जामः विश्वस्य भर्तृप्रतिष्ठा प्रियं देवानामप्येतु पाथः नक्षत्रमभिसम्बभूव दशनु सर्वा भयन्न अस्तु बृहस्पतिर्नः परिपातु पश्चात् सुवीर्यस्य पतयस्याम आश्रेषा येषामनुयन्ति चेतः तेन सर्पासो हवमागमिष्ठाः ये दिवं देवीमनुसञ्चरन्ति तेभ्यः सर्पेभ्यो मधुमज्जहामि सुकृतः सुकृत्याः स्वधाभिर्यज्ञं प्रगतं जुषन्ताम् ये मल्लोकं पितरः क्षियन्ति मघासु यज्ञकं सुकृतं जुषन्ताम् ततर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारु यस्य देवा अनुसंयन्ति चेतः फल्गुनीनां शभररवीति तत्त्वाविदः फल्गुनीस्तस्य मदर्प्रमदुपसन्नुदेह भगो देवी फल्गुनीराविवेश यत्र देवैः सधमादं मदेम हिरण्ययेन सुवृतारथेन प्रयच्छन्तं पपुरिं पुण्यमच्छ दक्षिणेन प्रतिगृह्णीम एनते यो नौ हस्ताय प्रसुवाति यज्ञम् शुभकंशसंयुवतिकं रोचमाना रूपाणि पिकंशन् भुवनानि विश्वा तन्नक्षत्रं भूरिदा अस्तु मह्यम् गोभिर्न अश्वैः समनक्तु यज्ञम् तिग्मशृङ्गो वृषभोरुवाणः अपद्वेषाकुंसिनुदतामरात् तन्नक्षत्रं भूरिदा अस्तु मह्यम् यथा तरे मधुरितानि विश्वा तदिन्द्राग्नि कृणुतान् तद्विशाखे पश्चात् पुरस्तादभयन्न अस्तु श्रेष्ठाविन्द्राग्नि भुवनस्य कप अपक्षुधन्नुदतामरातिम् उन्मध्यतः पौर्णमासी जिगाय उत्तमेनागैहमादयन्ताम् पौर्णमाश्रितगाच्छोभमाना वरुन्धहाय यजमानाय यज्ञम् मित्रं देवं मित्रधेयन्न अस्तु कथञ्जीवेम शरदस्य वीराः वृत्रं वृत्र वर्णमा यज्येष्ठा मधुमद्दुहाना मूलं प्रजां वीरवतीं विधेय परात्येति निरृतिः परा च अहर्भूयाद्यजमानाय मह्यम् मूलन्नक्षत्रमिति यद्वदन्ति शिवं प्रजायै शिवमस्तु मह्यम् या अन्तरिक्ष उत पार्थिवीर्याः तान आपश्रग्स्यो न भवन्तु याश्च वैषन्तीरुतप्रासचीर्याः तान आपश्रग्स्यो न भवन्तु तदषाढा अभिनयन्तु यज्ञम् ऋषर्वृष्टिर्गजमानाय कल्पताम् कर्मकृतः सुकृतो वीर्यावतीः अषाढाः काममुपयान्तु यज्ञम् अमुञ्च लोकमिदमुच सर्वम् श्रियन्दधात्वहृणीयमानम् तन्नो नक्षत्रमभिजिद्विचष्टा तन्नो देवास अनुजानन्तु कामम् पुण्यामस्या उपशृणोमि वाचम् प्रतीजीमेनाकहविषाय जामः महीम् दिवम् पृथिवीमन्तरिक्षम् पुण्यश्लोकं यजमानाय कृण्वति चतस्रो देवीरटराश्रविष्ठाः संवत्सरीरमृतग् स्वस्ति दक्षिणतोऽभिगन्तु श्रविष्ठाः मान अरातिरघटक सागन्ने नक्षत्राणाकांशदभिषक्वसिष्ठः शतकासहस्राभेषजानि धत्तः तन्नो विश्वे अभिनयन्तु देवाः दीर्घमायुः प्रतिरद्भेषजानि विश्वाभूतानि प्रतिमोदमानः प्रोष्ठपदास अमृतस्य कपाः आन्तरिक्षमरुहदगन्द्याम् प्रोष्ठपदास अनुयन्ति सर्वे श्रेष्ठो देवानामुतमानुषाणाम् प्रोष्ठपदास अभिरक्षन्ति सर्वे प्रोष्ठपदास इति यान् वदन्ति अहिगुं रक्षन्ति नमसोपसद्य पुष्टिपति पशुपा वाचपस्त्यौ सुगैर्नो यानैरुपयातां यज्ञम्
this year, even though we are celebrating Silver Jubilee here, ஒரு பெரிய குருசுவாமி பாம்பேலேருந்து போயிட்டு அங்கே மதியாயிட்டு திருப்பி ஓடி வந்திருக்காரு. And he is not only Guruswami of Guru, he is a Guruswami of the entire Indian Ayyappa devotees. And we are fortunate enough that today he is present here, the senior most Guruswami. After my everything, Mr. K.S. present, our Guruswami, Mr. Veeramani Swami, is present here. I request Veeramani Swami to come forward please. And we'll ask our senior most member, Mr. Ayyar Kumar, to honor him. And Veeramani Mama will be followed by Veeramani Mama will be followed by his younger brother, Mr. Garuda. Garuda is none other than my father figure. The day I lost my dad, from that day till today, I am only unbeaten. I am neither Medaso's money or Medaso's. I am only unbeaten. Swami Chandra. The next is our own Guruswami, Ganeshan Guruswami. He is Guruswami not of only Bhajana Samaj. He is Guruswami for everybody. That is Ganeshan Guruswami. Wako, wako. Nandi Gane Mama.
Face. Sino mama? Gap, gap.
On the contrary, they are the elderly brother concerned. I don't know again. People are open to that again. Narayan Swami. Because one of our senior most, he is not only for Brahmana Seva or Bhajana Seva or Final, he is all in one. Our own Mr. Rajagopal Mama. So I think he will be having a problem to go there. He will go there and all.
This is like. Madhuma. Madhuma. Mambo.
And the next one is இந்த பம்பாயிலே பிறந்து வளர்ந்து பம்பாயில இருக்கிற தண்ணியை நான் குடிச்சு கடைசியில் பாம்பே விருப்பம் தட்டிட்டு ஊர்ல போயிட்டு நான் ஊர்ரியாக பாலக்காடாக சித்தூராக சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காரு நம்மளோட குட் ஓல்ட் ஃப்ரெண்ட் மிஸ்டர் கீதா கிருஷ்ணன். He is one and all for each and every organization. He is a man of versatile figure. And in the program, especially for தள்ள மாட்டோம். He is also one of our senior most regular for our main objective of our Brahmana Seva.
Yes. Mama. Here. Hello. Guys, bandi ke na.
The Vailanar, the moment they get the news about our objectives, immediately they rush to a particular spot and sign and see to it that things are getting fulfilled to the departed soul.
They are all being honored for the dedicated service. Our friends who are rendering very good services, total dedicated services in the society, they are being honored.
Ina konjam gede.
this. All are requested to take their lunch and join us in the evening. All the ladies are requested to join for the Haldi Kumkum, Anjal Kumkum, and also Purva Kanda will be available. That will be followed by a lecture on Garuda Purana and its significance by Professor Bharati Vidya. He has agreed to give a lecture on that at about 6:30. I request people to assemble back at 4 o'clock.
Sincere request me, lunch ready ஆருக்கு. First senior citizen முதல்ல போகலாம். And not only that, இந்த அன்னதானத்துக்கு தந்திருக்கப்பட்டோம். First day, second day, third day தந்திருக்கா. My sincere request one and all. எதை போட்டு உடனே சாப்பிட தொடங்காதீங்க. I have requested the catering people not to serve rice because அன்னதான first day பண்ணப்பட்டோம். couples ஓட வந்து அங்க சங்கல்பம் பண்ணுவா. This is a religious இதாக்கம். அதனால அவ சங்கல்பம் எடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் ரைஸ் போட்டு சாப்பிடணும். It's a sincere request. கார்த்தாலேருந்து வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். another 5 minutes please. அவன் சங்கல்பம் பண்ணி அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 4-5 பேருக்கு குடிக்க நீர் கொடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் சாப்பிட தொடங்கலாம். This we will be following for all the 3 days. Sorry அம்மா. வைஃப் வந்தேன்னா மாமா வந்து சங்கல்பம் பண்ணிக்கலாம். தப்பிட்டு போய் ஒரு மாமா வந்து சொன்னாங்க சீனியர் சிட்டிசன் முதல்ல ப்ளீஸ் சாப்பிட மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. அது எப்போ ரைட் செகண்ட் டே நோ ப்ராப்ளம். time Aruna is concerned, it is mission to serve humanity, mission to help, awareness and togetherness. And as far as today's program is concerned, today's program is concerned, Sri Matre Nama Lakshmi is going to give it. I will put it in simple language. Simply she is going to give on Garuda Purana. Everybody is under the illusion that Garuda Purana is not meant to be public, but let me tell you, there are only two things which is real. That is the birth and the death. And in between lies this Garuda Purana. And today we hope and we sincerely pray our Lakshmi ji that she is going to remove the mental block which is there in each and every human soul, that what is Garuda Purana, why this and that. Now before proceeding with that, I will just give a brief note about her father, Vishnu, who is not only a authority on Saptangam, and we came to that he is regularly giving Saptangam in Guruvayur very recently. Come on please. Very recently he completed his one of the Saptangam in Guruvayur and came back. And you might have heard that everybody follow the footsteps of the old law. But yeah, I am surprised to see that Lakshmi is following the footsteps of her father, Mr. Arun. And now I will ask one of our committee office bearer to introduce about Lakshmi ji, because he is very close to her and her father's philosophies and other religious matters. Mr. Raju, please.
Swami Saram, on behalf of Brahmana Seva Samiti, I welcome Kumari Lakshmi Arun. Like her mother Arun Harigaran, she is also a champion of Sanatana Dharma. She conducts online program teaching Vedas, Shlokas, Narayaniyam, and she is an expert on 18 Puranas. She is recently doing a course on, she is conducting a course on Puranas, and I believe 23 sessions are over. The 24th session on Purana is underway. She has got a very vast followers across the globe. In all the countries she has got followers. She conducts on online and YouTube, and the students are from across the globe. Lakshmi Arun will talk today about Garuda Purana. I have been given the task to find out somebody who can give a talk on Garuda Purana. I spoke to Chipya Mission, I spoke to the other organizations, but they were not comfortable in giving Garuda Purana. But when I requested Sri Harun, our Guruji, he immediately suggested that his daughter will give. So here we are, Lakshmi Arun. Over to you.
कृष्णं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि myself Lakshmi, and I'm blessed that I got this opportunity by Brahmana Seva Samiti, who are doing great seva to the society for the last 25 years, to speak on a topic, very very important topic, that is Garuda Purana. So let's directly start. Now, Garuda Purana, most of you would be familiar, and when we hear this word itself, many people dread. Even many of you also might be fearing here, if we read Garuda Purana, will we go to hell, will we go to heaven, will we die soon, what will happen, will I get bad dreams, and so on. Garuda Purana is a text. In fact, another thing that is told is Garuda Purana books should not be kept in one's house and so on. It's not at all so. Garuda Purana, just like any other Purana, we have 18 Puranas and all, like Matsya Purana, Padma Purana, Skanda Purana, the most popular being Srimad Bhagavata Purana. Garuda Purana is one of them. In that, we have some topics which are related to life after death, because our culture believes in that, life after death, heaven, hell, importance of karma, and so on. But that is just one part that is there. Apart from that, there are many topics that the Garuda Purana will cover. In the next 1 hour, we'll try to see all those topics one by one. Now, amongst, you can consider in our culture, the Indian knowledge that we have, first are the 4 Vedas, next Vedanta, Upanishads, then the 2 epics, Itihasas, Ramayana, Mahabharatam, then comes the next set, 18 Puranas. You also have a few Upapuranas. Upapuranas, not so popular, but you can consider they came later, after 18 Puranas. So, out of these 18 Puranas, I named a few. The longest, or you can say the biggest Purana is Kanda Purana, that majorly talks about Lord Shiva and his son Durga, Kartikeya. So, roughly having about 81,000 verses. Next comes the Padma Purana, talking again about Lord Vishnu. It has roughly about 50,000 shlokas. And Garuda Purana, that is our topic today, talks roughly has about 19 to 20,000 verses. And it majorly again is a Purana glorifying Lord Vishnu. So Puranas, if you see, they are categorized into 3 parts. Brahma Purana, Vaishnava Purana, Shaiva Purana. Garuda Purana falls in the category of Vaishnava Puranas. So as the name suggests, we all know Garuda is a Vahana, vehicle of Lord Vishnu.
So he had a few questions, a few doubts, and the same thing he had asked Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu had answered all of them. That is how, this is the basis of Garuda Purana. Further, there is a story which goes that this is the first chapter of Garuda Purana. It has more than about 200 chapters. First chapter is how the Garuda Purana was narrated. It talks about that. So once Brahma and Shiva, both Brahma from Brahmaloka goes to meet Shiva in Kailasam, and there he meets Shiva, and both of them have a discussion. So all the other gods also accompany Brahma, and there they find Shiva is engrossed in meditation as usual. So Brahma and all the other gods ask Shiva, whom are you meditating on? So Shiva says, I am meditating on Vishnu. So this is one reference which shows that Shiva is known to be always meditating on Lord Vishnu and always chanting Ramanama. And similarly, Vishnu also, always when you see in other Puranas, he is said to be meditating always on Shiva. So, okay. Yeah. So why I am highlighting this is when we have a lot of controversy between Shaivism, Vaishnavism, I am a Shaivite, I am a Vaishnavite, we worship only Vishnu, we worship only Shiva, all this is man-made. Gods themselves, they worship each other, and this is one thing that Garuda Purana tries to highlight. So both Shiva and Brahma, they go and, so when Brahma asks Shiva, whom are you meditating? Vishnu says, I am meditating on Vishnu. So both of them, they decide, let us go to Vishnu and ask him to talk about a few topics. Who is great in this world, what is supreme, and so on. So both of them go to Vaikuntha along with all the other gods. At that time, Vishnu narrates the stories of Garuda Purana, wherein Vishnu says that once Garuda, my Vahana, he had a few questions, I answered them, and the same thing today I am going to tell all of you. So from Brahma, the parampara has come, and Brahma, he listens to the Garuda Purana. Further, he narrates it to other sages like Vyasa, Marichi, and also the 8 Manasaputras that Brahma had. Manasaputras, those sons or those sages who are born through mind, that is what is considered. Narada is one of them. Like this, the parampara has gone, and finally Garuda narrated to Kashyapa. Kashyapa further narrated it to other sages who are present. Then finally Suta Maharshi, Suta Goswami is another name that he is popularly called. This reference also comes in the Srimad Bhagavatam. He finally conveys it, he narrates the Garuda Purana to a group of sages in a forest called Naimisharanyam. Naimisharanyam is located in today's central part of India, an important place of pilgrimage. So this is how the parampara has started, and why Garuda Puranam is considered very auspicious like the other Puranas is, it has been narrated by Lord Vishnu himself to Shiva and Brahma. Further, it has been passed on to various sages. Finally, Suta, he conveys the Garuda Puranam stories to the other sages, and that is what is available to us today in the form of Garuda Puranam. So this is the background. Now, the first story itself of Garuda Puranam talks about a few incarnations of Lord Vishnu. So if you see, Garuda Puranam is basically divided into three categories. First is the Prathama Kandam, or you can say the Purva Kanda. Purva Kanda talks about general topics like the creation of the universe, stories of Vishnu, various incarnations of Vishnu, what is Pralaya, good results, good karma, and so on. Second is the Preta Kanda, or you can consider it is also called as Uttara Kanda. In this, we have a lot of rituals that we do once a person passes away, and what is the importance of karma and the rituals that we have to do once the soul has ascended to heaven or hell, depending on one's own karma. And the last part is called Brahma Kanda or Moksha Kanda, which leads to liberation. So basically, Purva, Uttara, and Moksha. This is how the Garuda Purana is divided. Let's look at each. I'll tell you, today time is short, so I'll tell you the gist of the entire Puranam in 1 hour. So the Purva Kanda, it starts with the different incarnations of Vishnu. Now, most popularly, when we look at the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, it starts from Matsya, it ends till Kalki. But here in the Garuda Puranam, there is a slight, you can say, in the order, there is a variation. In fact, even the 10 avatars, though we consider them to be important or in the same order, most popular, still they don't seem to have happened in the same order. Like Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, it doesn't go that way. So, Garuda Purana tells about 21 avatars of Lord Vishnu, and the first avatara is said to be of Sanat Kumara. Sanat Kumara, in other references, is considered to be a mind-born son of Brahma, Manasaputra. Here, he is considered to be an incarnation of Vishnu. Then Narada is also considered an incarnation of Vishnu, as per the Garuda Purana. Now, why so? Because Narada is one of the greatest devotees of Vishnu. So, Vishnu himself declares that those devotees who are worshipping me all the time, they are equal to me or they are almost like me. That is the reason why Narada also is considered to be an incarnation of Vishnu. Like this, various avatars, Rama, Krishna, Buddha avatara is also highlighted in the Garuda Purana. Now, Buddha and Kalki, Garuda Purana mentions that these will happen in future, that is in Bhavishya. So, till Krishna avatara, so if you want to consider the time period when Garuda Puranam was written, till Krishna Avatara was over, after that Garuda Puranam was written. Buddha Avatara and Kalki Avatara takes place next. Now this is the initial part of Garuda Purana. Next you have Pralaya Srishti. Pralaya Srishti is, as we know, Vishnu is born. Vishnu was the one who is responsible for creation. And through his navel, on a lotus, sitting on a Padmam, Brahma was born. And Brahma was given the responsibility of creation. So he starts creating the world. First, there was no human habitation, no living creatures, only natural surroundings, mountains, rivers, trees, and so on. Then, slowly, he started creating human beings, and then he first created Daksha Prajapati. Daksha Prajapati, popularly we know him to be Sati's father. Sati's sacrifice, wherein he turned out to be Parvati's father. So, first was Daksha Prajapati. He had many daughters, the 27 nakshatras that are there, starting from Anuradha, Ashwini, Bharani, and so on. They were all married to the moon god, Soma Bhagavan. But only one of those nakshatras, one of those 27 daughters was quite dear to moon god, that is Rohini Nakshatram, in which Lord Krishna was born. Rest, all other nakshatras were the daughters of Daksha. Moon god did not consider them to be very close. So this was the first stage of creation. Next, you have the mention of solar and lunar dynasties, that is Surya Vamsha, popularly for Rama. And then Rama's Vamsha, his ancestor is Ikshvaku. Now, and then the lunar Vamsha, which starts from Soma, that is moon himself. That's how the lunar dynasty starts. Now, all this has been mentioned in detail with all their kings, their sons, and so on. I'm not naming all of them, but those who want, you can refer the original Puranam itself. You find the list of all the kings of both the solar dynasty as well as the lunar dynasty. Further, you have a Vishnu Sahasranama. Vishnu Sahasranama, which is quite popular, all of us we chant from the Mahabharatam. You have a Vishnu Sahasranama in the Garuda Puranam also, which talks about the 1,000 names of Vishnu. I'll just chant 2 shlokas. Samsara sagara doran muchyate kim japan prabho narastanme param japyam kathayatvam janardana. This verse is chanted by Lord Shiva. He asks, Shiva himself asks Vishnu, that is Lord Hari, you tell me your 1,000 names. At that time, Lord Hari tells his 1,000 names. Hariruvacha Pareshwaram Param Brahma Paramatmanam Avyayam Vishnum Nama Sahasrena Stuvan Mukto Bhaven Naraha. Okay, so with this, the 1,000 names of Vishnu is chanted. So basically, Garuda Purana, why I told this is, Garuda Purana also has got a few stotras which we do chant. So when people dread saying that Garuda Puranam is very scary, you also have many stotras in the Garuda Puranam. One of them is this Vishnu Sahasranamam. You also have Vishnu Panjara Stotram, again a stotra in praise of Lord Vishnu. Maha Mrityunjaya mantra is also there in Garuda Puranam. Like this, different mantras are mentioned. A few mantras like the Mrita Sanjeevana mantram, then mantras to be free from poison and so on. Such mantras are also given in the Garuda Purana. You also have the reference of Gayatri mantram from the Vedas that has a mention in the Garuda Purana. Next, when we talk about different rituals that are to be performed, Garuda Puranam highlights about Nitya Karma. Nitya Karma starting from the Yajnopavitam for the 3 classes of the society, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, and the different methods of Sandhya or Sandhya Vandanam that people do. So how exactly it has to be done by men having the Yajnopavitam, Garuda Purana highlights. So through this, what you can make out is Garuda Purana tries to highlight all the different karmas which we have to do while we are alive. Not only karmas while after a person is dead. So that is another part. So the first part of Garuda Purana mainly highlights a lot of karmas which are to be done, are daily duties while a person is very much alive, because based on that only after death, wherever you go or whatever results you get, that is based on the karma and the rituals that you do when you are very much alive. So the basis of all for people having Yajnopavitam is doing Sandhya, that is the methods of Sandhya Vandanam in detail has been mentioned with the different mantras, the way you have to sit, which direction you have to sit and so on. Next, you have the worship of various gods and goddesses. So, Garuda Purana, though it glorifies Lord Vishnu, it has mantras for various goddesses like Durga, Mahalakshmi, Saraswati, Lord Shiva, Sun God mainly, like this, and even for the Moon God, Navagrahas and so on. So, different mantras are worshipped, especially like most of us on every Sunday or so, we might be chanting the Navagraha Stotram or the Surya Namaskaram. Like this, different mantras are mentioned in the Garuda Purana for various goddesses, for the sun, moon and so on. So Garuda Purana also has got a lot of mantras that are there. Then it also talks about architecture and the rules that are to be followed while building temples, while buying a house. So usually now whenever we go and buy a house, we have certain things that we see, in which direction the house is there, where the puja area should be there, where the kitchen should be there and so on. All these rules are also mentioned in Garuda Purana. So today of course maybe we consult a priest and ask him how things have to be done, but the basis of all this is mentioned in the Garuda Purana. Next, you have the mention of the 4 Varanas and 4 Ashramas. 4 Varanas is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and the 4 ashramas, Brahmacharya ashrama, Grihastha ashrama, Vanaprastha ashrama, Sannyasa ashrama. This has a reference from the Gita, just as Krishna says in the Gita, chapter 4, Chatur Varanyam Maya Srishtam Gunakarma Vibhagashaha Tasya Kartaram Apimam Vidyat Kartaram Avyayam. So the Lord clearly mentions that Chatur Varanyam Maya Srishtam, meaning the 4 Varanas I have formed, but then based on guna karma vibhagashaha, based on the qualities and the actions that each one of them does. So in today's times, we call this Varanas very loosely. We translate as caste and we fight over it. There's a lot of discrimination. It has got nothing to do with that, because the Lord says it is based on guna and karma, that is one's own qualities and one's own actions that we do. Garuda Purana highlights in detail about the different duties and responsibilities of each of these classes. So a very simple way of explanation is, why was the need to even form these 4 Varanas was just as in today's times we have different professions, teachers, doctors, engineers and so on. In those times the system was quite small. You had a village system. So there also we need all these professions. We need teachers, we need doctors, we need service providers and so on. So that was one thing, based on each one's capacity, based on each one's action that we do. They were divided into 4 parts. So the teaching community was the Brahmanas. Then the people who were physically strong, they could take care of the place, they were Kshatriyas. Vaishyas were the business class. So basically Krishna was born as a Yadava, he belonged to the Vaishya class. Rama was born as a Kshatriya, he belonged to the Kshatriya class, as a king. And lastly, the Shudras, who are the service providers. So basically services like hospitality, sanitation and so on. So nowhere it is determined that the way one is born, based on that you are called a Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya or whatever it is just based on one's actions and qualities. Garuda Purana also tries to highlight in detail the duties of all these 4 classes so that the society can function well. Then the 4 ashramas, roughly human life is divided in 100 years of lifespan. You divide it into 4 parts. First 25 years, student life. Next 25 years, family life. Next 25 years, 50 to 75 or so, roughly, slowly you move towards retirement. And the last few days of our life, we spend time in doing good things. That is sannyasa ashrama. Slowly we withdraw from the world and ultimately try to do things which maybe we could not dedicate a lot of time before. So good things, taking the names of the Lord and so on. So just to make things easy for the society to function well, this was how the 4 ashramas and 4 varanas are there. In detail, Garuda Purana highlights what exactly a person should do. If all of us also we can read and follow to some extent, we can all lead a successful life. Further, the importance of charity or dhanam has been mentioned in Garuda Purana. So dhanam is again yathashakti dhanam. It's nothing specified. So it can be in the form of money, it can be annadanam, it can be vidyadhanam, any dhanam depending on one's own capacity. So why this importance of charity? Not only in the Garuda Puranam, in various Puranams it is mentioned as just as in today's times we have social welfare activities. That is something we have, why not share with the society and to those people who don't have that. So maybe there will be many people around us, whatever I have today, others are not that blessed. So therefore help them in our own way. That is what is charity, or that is dhanam, which is again highlighted in the Purana. Then further, Lord Vishnu, he talks about the different incarnations of Goddess Mahalakshmi. That is called as different nidhis. There is a topic called nidhis. Nidhis is nothing but, it is again based on Goddess Mahalakshmi. So Padma, Mahakaya, Kachapa tortoise, Padma lotus and so on. So that is basically depending on those animals or depending on the flower that is there, some qualities are there in people. For example, like a Kachapa, just as Krishna also mentions in the Gita, just as a tortoise, it withdraws itself, goes inside the shell. Its shell is very hard, it cannot be affected by things around it. Similarly, if a person also let anything happen around him, if he is strong mentally like a tortoise, then nothing can affect him, he will never face negativity and so on. So these are all, this is called different nidhis. This is one quality of a Kachapa. Like this, there are 8 nidhis that are mentioned. So human beings also have these different qualities of a Kachapa, Padma, Mahakaya and so on. So this is mentioned in the Puranam. Further, you also have a lot of prayashchittam that has been mentioned. So if you are born as human beings, no one can escape sins. Unknowingly, knowingly, every day we do a lot of sins. But a lot of prayashchittam has been mentioned. That is maybe giving in dhanam or doing shraddha karmas and so on. So these are all different ways of prayashchittam, or maybe even asking for forgiveness also. Knowing that you are wrong, you go and ask for forgiveness. That is also one kind of prayashchittam. So this is mentioned in the Garuda Purana. Now this doesn't mean that you have to keep doing sins purposely and then you go and do prayashchitam. It doesn't help. It is unknowingly we do so many things. Maybe you're sitting, you stamp an insect below your leg unknowingly. This is also a sin. So like this, different prayashchittams have been mentioned. You also have a Garudi Vidya Mantram, which is very, very auspicious, or Garuda Puranam is known for that. That was chanted by Garuda initially as a Sanjeevani mantra. So wherein different beings or different, you can say, small creatures were dead, it seems that Garuda, he chanted this mantra, and that's how many beings were born to life. So Garudi Vidya Mantram was, this is one mantram which is very, you can say, it is popular in the Garuda Purana. Further, with this little basis of Garuda Puranam can be seen. Now coming back to creation, Garuda Puranam also highlights about geography. So in all, just as we have today 7 continents, same continents are mentioned in most of the Puranas. Garuda Purana also talks about the same. Our continent is Jambu Dvipa, just as we chant in the Sankalpam, Jambu Dvipe, Bharata Varshe, Bharata Kande, and so on. Similarly, Jambu Dvipa is one of them. Like this, you have 7 islands, Plaksha, Salmala, Kraunsha, Pushkara, Jambu Dvipa, and so on. Bharata Desha is in Jambu Dvipa, and we are surrounded by the salty ocean on all 3 sides. Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, and the Bay of Bengal. Now, each of these continents have different, they have oceans, but the water is different. So, Jambu Dvipa is surrounded by salty water, but the other continents are surrounded by sugarcane juice, honey, milk, and so on. So, in today's times, of course, we cannot see all this, but at least Jambu Dvipa, our own Dvipa, can be seen in the same form. So, through this, what we get to know is Garuda Puranam has been written thousands of years back, but still the same thing we see even today. In the Garuda Puranam, you also have a reference that that country which is located beyond the Meru mountain. Meru mountain is considered to be in the Himalayas. So that piece of land which is located between the Sagaram, that is Indian Ocean, and the Himalayas, will be called as Bharatam, or is a place where a lot of religious minded people will be born. That is what was told. Until date, we see the same thing that is there. So whatever predictions have been made in the Puranas and all other Puranas, not only the Garuda Puranam, seems to be quite true. So these are all proofs that are there. And this is the reason why we must open the Puranam and still read it till date. It's not outdated at all. The same information that we see around today, that we learn in modern geography, history, it has been highlighted in our own Puranas. Further, you have astrology that has been talked about in Garuda Purana. So modern times we go, we speak to astrologer, we consult him. Similarly, the principles of astrology, or in fact as compared to all other Puranams, you have the significance of astrology majorly in the Garuda Purana. So the different signs that are there, the different zodiac signs, the different nakshatras, are the different navagrahas. They try to affect a person. Now, few might not believe in this. How can the navagrahas in the heaven affect one's life? For this, in detail, there are many things that are told in the Garuda Puranam, how each nakshatra has an effect. That's the reason why most commonly we say during certain times, say for example, on the Prathama Tithi or the Panchami Tithi and so on, you should not do something good, that is maybe buying a house or venturing out, or maybe on certain nakshatras like Bharani, Karti and so on, you don't have to set out. Like this, different things are told, but usually we shun it. Now, how far it is possible to follow, we must do it. We feel that all this is just false, but we cannot term it to be false because just as we have the phenomena of eclipse, during eclipse time, both sun and the moon, you have the Rahu who covers both Surya and Grahanam. Surya Grahanam, Chandra Grahanam covers both the sun and the moon. At that time, usually we don't consume food, we don't go out much because we feel the sun's rays are harmful, moon's rays are harmful. So this we know popularly for the sun and the moon, so we follow. But then for all the other nakshatras also, though they are far off in the heaven, in the sky, still they do have an impact on our everyday lives, and that's the reason why all of us, when you see your own horoscope, Jatakam, you can see a few nakshatras, you can see a few navagrahas. Based on that, our horoscope is written. Now, how far everyone believes, that is their personal choice, but we cannot surely decline and say that it has got no effect. So, just as sun and moon we follow because it is quite common, all the zodiac signs also have an impact on our everyday lives. So, in detail, geography has been mentioned. Further, you have the topic of physiogamy. Physiogamy is nothing but physical qualities. So a simple example, we look at someone, just by looking at their face, we feel, right, oh, you're very wise, you're very intelligent. Just by looking at someone, we don't know the person, but just by looking at someone's face, we can make out. Or maybe you find some people who are very thin, some people who are very fat, some people's facial features are long. Or we might have our own ancestors. Sometimes they will tell, if you have a broad face, you might do so and so. Or if you have a long face, you will have some characteristics. Like this, different things are told. So similarly, Garuda Purana dedicates about more than 10 chapters talking about physical attributes of both man and woman. That's the reason today when we see people, not all of us look same. Some have a round face, some have a long face. All our physical characteristics are different. So Garuda Purana highlights. So if you read these chapters of physical attributes, you can see that whatever any creation, any human being that you see around you, everyone, how every person looks, all that description is given in detail in the Garuda Purana. Also, a few predictions are made, like a king, a person who is destined to become a king, he will have a very good physical body. He will have, you can say, he looks very handsome. His looks itself shows that he's going to become a leader, he's going to become a king, and so on. Now, this again, you might consider that just by looking at someone, how can we call or how can we believe? A very common example, someone who has good leadership qualities or who is to become a king, he should, first thing is, you look at a person, you should feel happy. Before we knowing them, before we start talking to them, just by looking at them, we assume things, right? So therefore, a person who is going to be a leader or a king, I'm just giving you one example. Like this, there are many people, professions like normal human being, man, or a great leader, teacher, different examples are given. For a king, the qualities is the physique of the king should be very strong, his body should be in a proper shape. Like most of us, our hands and limbs will be very thin, then the middle part will be quite fat. It should not be that way. The entire body should be equal. So a bit of physical attributes also has been mentioned in detail from chapters about 60 to 65 also. I'm just telling you with references so that anyone you want to go and check the original Puranam, you can, for your interest, you can read it. Next, a very, very interesting topic Garuda Puranam covers is on the concept of gems. Gems, gold, silver, ruby, diamond that we see. So how these gems have existed or how they came to be born on earth, that has been mentioned. So a story goes behind this, that there was an asura called Bala, and he, as usual, as we know, the Devas and Daityas, they keep having a war, and this Bala, once he emerged to be very strong, and Indra, as usual, was afraid. He felt that now this Bala will surely cause a lot of trouble to me, and then somehow all the gods, they pursued Bala and told that we are going to do a sacrifice, you become an animal. So in those times we had the concept of animal sacrifice that was there. So this Bala, this asura, turned out to be an animal that was used for a sacrifice. And when he was being kept, like when he was about to be burnt or so, to be offered as Bali during the sacrifice, it seems that a lot of gems fell from his body. That's how you have the concept of diamonds, pearls, rubies, then the red color gems, and so on that fall. So the different popular, or you can say precious gems that we have today, different colors, diamonds, rubies, all that, pearls, all that has fallen from this demon called Bala. And from there you had the concept of gems that came into this world. So a very interesting topic again, and how further all these gems are tested. So it is also believed that wherever those gems fell on Bharatavarsha, those places have turned out to be gold mines or places where we can discover these precious gems. Next, you have the mention of sacred places of pilgrimage that are mentioned. So most of us, we go to Haridwar, Gokarnam, Murdeshwar, Kedarnath, the 4 Chardham Yatra, and so on. So entire India, Garuda Purana highlights pilgrimage places. So it also turns out to be like a travelogue. So you can, if you want to go to a place, just as you want to go somewhere in today's times, what we do is we have technology, or maybe you look at the map and you go. But Garuda Purana highlights about different places where we can visit, what is the speciality of that place, how you can travel to those places, and so on. Next, you have the importance of Gaya Shraddham that is highlighted. Now, how this concept of Gaya Shraddham came in, I will tell you the story and then the significance behind it. So, there was a demon called Gaya who was killed by Vishnu. Gaya is in today's Bihar, India. So, who was killed by Vishnu, and it is believed that Vishnu till day, he is there with his gadha, that is mace in his hand. He is still there in Gaya. So whenever a dead body is brought there, Vishnu gives him moksha immediately. That is the significance of Gaya Shraddham. But the Lord himself highlights in the Garuda Puranam that going only to Gaya or going only to Kashi, going only to Rameshwaram and doing the Shraddham is of no use if you don't do it at your houses. That is the reason doing Shraddha at one's own house is very, very important. If you notice carefully, whenever you do the Shraddha at your own houses, the priest will chant Gaya Shraddham, Gaya Shraddham, Gaya Shraddham twice, thrice. It means that this place itself, this place, house where you are doing the Shraddham, that has got the benefit of doing Shraddham in Gaya. So you go to Gaya, you don't go to Gaya, that is your choice. At least once in a lifetime you must go. But that doesn't mean that once in a lifetime you just go to Gaya, do the Shraddham, it's done. You don't do it every year. So this is the significance of Gaya Shraddham, which the Lord himself tells in the Garuda Purana. Now, why this Shraddham? Now next topic that comes is, why should we do the karma? Many people have this question. We might also feel, why should we do karma for someone who's dead? A very practical reason, before we get into the details of the rituals and so on. Why should we do something for someone whom we cannot even see with our naked eyes, right? Till a person is in front of us, it is fine. You wish him, you spend time with that person and so on. Once a person is dead, whatever you do, he is not going to come, right? So why should I do this? So why our culture, mainly if you see Indian culture or Sanatana Dharma highlights about rituals which are to be done after death. Why that has to be done is, it believes that a person is known not only in his physical form, but even after he dies. So even though the physical body is gone, physically also, if we cannot see the person with our naked eyes, still his presence should be felt always. So this is a very deep concept which has been told. In course of time, we forget people. Maybe 50 years, 60 years you spend with someone, once they die, we forget, right? And then life passes on, again new people come in, you spend time with them, they die, it just keeps moving. But then our dharma says that you must not forget people, that to your own ancestors ever, because of your ancestors, you are alive today. For one person to be born, many people are responsible. Your own parents, two sets of grandparents, 4 people, their parents. So like that, if you see, the generation keeps going up, our ancestors. For one person to be born, you have to be thankful to many people beyond. And when we do the annual Shraddha Karma, at least for one day in the year, we must remember that person and do the karma. So this is the importance of Shraddham that is there. The other rituals part is there, but why are we doing Shraddham, or why in fact the karma should be done even though a person dies, even though the physical body is given up? This is highlighted, a very logical reason. At least once in a year, though we are all busy in our lives, we have new people coming in, at least once in a year you must remember your ancestors and be thankful to them, because of whom you have got this human birth. So this is a reason that is told. Then the benefit of Gaya Shraddham has been highlighted. Further, you have something called Dharma Shastram that is also highlighted in the Garuda Purana. So as I told you, the rituals that are to be done after someone dies is one part, but initially when we are alive also we must do good things. Only then after death we can attain good results, we go to Swarga and so on. So Yajnavalkya, a propounder of Yajurveda, he talks about few dharma karyam which we have to do while a person is alive, and the different Shodasha samskaras that we have right from the time a child is born, or right from the time before the child is born till death. That is the Garbhadana samskara, that is when the conception takes place, the child is seen in the mother's womb. Then you have the few rituals that are done in the 6th or 7th month when the child is there inside the womb, Jata Karma, Namakaranam, and so on. Like this, different karmas that are mentioned. Like this, you have 16 in all. Today's times, of course, maybe though we are not, most of us, we are not aware of many, but at least whatever is possible has to be done, so that the child inside the womb also develops to be a good being. Now, why all these karmas are done, why the Shodasha samskaras, why should we follow is, right, that too from the time before the child is born, is once the child is born inside, that is once the child comes outside, it has to face the world. Before that itself, it should know some things about the world, and that is from the 6th or 7th month, it is believed that the child can listen what is happening. So whatever the mother does, in fact, whatever both the parents do before conception as well as during the 9 months, the child has an impact of the same. So the mother, if she had done surely good deeds, maybe chanting the names of the god, engaging in positive activities and so on, the child also turns out to be in the same way because he is exposed in the same manner. Very practical approach, once a child is born, how an upbringing takes place, similar, just as we say, after 30, 40 years, we look at a child and say, oh, your parents have brought you up very well, right? So we give samskaras once the child is born, but our scriptures believe that samskaras start right before the child comes out in the world, right from the Garbhodana samskara and so on. So Garuda Purana highlights about everything in detail. Next, again it highlights little about Shraddha Karma, and Garuda Purana mentions that just as we celebrate birthdays of people, you celebrate it maybe as a party also, or you have a puja at your houses, similar importance should be given to a Shraddham also. Only reason is, or only difference is, the person will not be present physically in the form of a body during Shraddham, but still the presence is very much felt. Therefore, do all the rituals just as we celebrate birthdays of people, we celebrate it. Similarly, the Shraddha Karma also should be done. Further, you have something called Brihaspati Sara, which is mentioned in Garuda Puranam, which highlights about different branches of knowledge like economics, political science, grammar, Vyakaranam, and Chandashastram. Chandashastram is nothing but poetics. So all of us, we read a lot of literature, Stotra Vangmayam, Vishnu Sahasranamam, Gita, Bhagavatam, Ramayanam and so on. There are different tunes in which we chant different stotras. Vedas are chanted with a particular swara. All this is highlighted in Chandashastram. Vedas have got 6 chandas, 7 chandas, Gayatri, Brihati, Anushtup, Trishtup and so on, who are the 7 horses of Surya. Stotra Vangmayam literature also has got a few chandas, Anushtup Chandaha and so on. Anushtup Chandaha, most popular Chandam, Ramayanam, Gita and so on is chanted in that Chanda. So in detail that has been mentioned. Grammar is mentioned, political science, economics, how a king should function, how a ruler should rule, all these principles are also mentioned in the Garuda Purana. So if you notice, Garuda Puranam talks about topics in general. It does not highlight one topic or it does not glorify only about one god. It talks about generalized topics also in order to lead a good life. Now, next topic that is highlighted is, now all this what I am telling you is the Purva Kanda. We have not come to the second part. In the first part only, all this has been mentioned. So in the Purva Kanda, next it talks about sense organs, 5 sense organs that we have, and why we should have a control on these sense organs. Now, some people, when this topic of sense organs comes in, they feel that it is too philosophical or it is something which everyone is born with. Why should we worry about it? But for that, in the Garuda Puranam, it is highlighted by giving a few examples. Now, normally sense organs, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, skin, tongue and skin. These 5 are the sense organs. Everyone is born with it. No one can say that we cannot withdraw ourselves from it. It becomes difficult. But we must have a control on it. So for this, it is explained with the example of 5 animals. So just as a deer, when it hears the sound of music, it seems that it runs in that direction. Its horns are caught and it gets caught. So it horns, if you see, of a deer, it gets caught in the tree, the hunter comes, shoots it. That is because it gets caught in the sense organs of the ears. Further, elephants, it seems that they have an attraction towards touch. So they need someone to continuously touch their bodies. So when the she elephant, female elephant comes and touches their bodies, they are attracted by that and they will end up falling in a pit or so. They cannot see where they are walking, they will get distracted. So the touch that is there or skin is something which brings the downfall of an elephant. So being in touch is not wrong, but then overly, if the elephant continuously keeps touching its body with maybe she elephants or tree trunks, ultimately it will bring about its own destruction because it doesn't see where it is walking, it just sticks to the people around it. Next, you have the moth, the insect moth. It sees light, it knows that it will be burnt, but still it goes and falls in the same. So its eyes, just as we look at something, immediately you get distracted, it doesn't help that way, it brings about your own destruction. Next is the honeybee. Honeybee is by nose. It smells flowers, it goes, it picks the nectar and comes. But what happens is, the flower blooms, honeybee goes, sits inside it, the flower closes itself. So the honeybee is caught inside, it loses its life. Fish, last animal that is mentioned is fish. Fish is, now when you have a fishing net, you put it in water, Usually fishermen, what they do is they keep a small piece of bread or so, and they'll put it in water. So it has a sense of taste. It wants to eat that. It will go inside it. It will pick. It thinks it is food. It already has got a lot of food in water. Still, it goes and catches the food that is put on the net, and the fisherman caught it. It is dead. So through these examples, what I want to say is sense organs will always be there. Their impact will be seen. But how far we consider their impact, where we should know how to withdraw ourselves. If you go on the excess side, then it will bring about one's own destruction. So in spite of knowing, now maybe a simple example, you go to the market to buy something. You need something, you buy it. Whatever you need, you bought it. Say for example, you bought 2 clothes for yourself. While coming back, you see 2 more clothes, you like it, again 2 more you buy. Then while still you come ahead, still you see 2 more, you like again. So this is where excess happens. We have already bought clothes for our need. We look at something, our sense organs feel I need it. So there should be a proper control. Otherwise, like these animals, it will bring our own downfall. Further, different vratas and observances are mentioned in the Garuda Puranam, like the Dwadashi Vrata. Most popular is the Ekadashi Vrata that most of us follow. But for each of the tithis, there are different vratas that are mentioned. Dwadashi Vrata, the Panchami Vrata, Saptami Vrata. In detail, it is highlighted in the Garuda Puranam. Then you have certain vratas and observances that are mentioned for a full moon day, Amavasya and so on. Amavasya is very auspicious for doing the Tarpana. So every Amavasya, the Tarpana has to be done because it is believed that on the Amavasya day, our ancestors come down. From the Pitrulokam, they descend to earth, and from morning, not early morning, from mid-morning till evening, they stay in earth, it seems. So just as we have guests or people from our own families coming to our house, we treat them with hospitality, right? We offer them food and so on. Similarly, the Amavasya Tarpanam should be done every month so that because the ancestors from Pitrulokam, like guests, they have come to earth, so we must offer them, we must treat them with hospitality without fail. The Tarpanam should be done every month. Next, you have the detailed mention of different diseases. So Garuda Puranam serves as a, you can say, like a reference book for Ayurveda Shastram. You have more than 50 chapters, 50, roughly from 140 till 190 or so, talking about various diseases that we see around in the world, right from the tip of our head till the toe. So it can be a minor cold or a minor skin infection, from that till deadly diseases like cancer and so on. So all this has been mentioned, and along with their cures also. So you don't have to worry, only disease is mentioned, what will I do? But their cures also has been mentioned. Of course, now for this, we now say if you have some problem, heart disease or so, you should know the name that is there in the Puranam, Hridaya Rogam. Just one example, Hridaya Rogam, disease of the heart. So for that, using Ayurveda Shastram, different herbs are used and some treatment used to be there. So this shows that how our culture, how our dharma was so advanced. Today still, though we have lot of advancements, there are cures which are not available for many things, but still the Garuda Puranam highlights about various cures also, which have been mentioned for diseases which are beyond our imagination. In fact, if you check the entire list, I am not telling you the name of diseases, but then if you check the list of diseases, you will have to sit and think, oh, such a disease like this also exists. So in detail, more than 50 chapters is mentions about various diseases and their cures. Further, now this is not limited only for human beings, even the treatment of animals, especially for horses and elephants, is also mentioned in the Garuda Puranam. Why so? Because in earlier times, kings used to attack. So when kings, they used to wage a war, like you have the Rama Ravana Yuddham, Mahabharata Yuddham and so on. Animals used to be used, so obviously like human beings, animals also will get injured. So medical cure, medical treatment for those animals also is mentioned. Next, you have again some principles of Dharma Shastram that are spoken. Now, Garuda Puranam is like a base for those who don't know anything about rituals and so on. Like one example, when we do the Shraddha Karma, you see the Yajñopavitam is put in the Prachinavarhi form. Prachinavarhi form is, you put it on the right shoulder. You put it the opposite way. Usually what we do is, it's on the left shoulder, it moves towards right. When you do the Shraddha Karma, the priest will tell you, you put it on the right shoulder, it will go down left. So, of course, now when we do the Shraddha Karma and so on, we do call the priest, and then he does all the rituals. So you don't have to worry, where should I put my Yajñopavitam, in what direction should I sit and do the Karma. But then if all that rituals have come, where is the base of all that? Where has the priest learnt it? Who has told him such things? So Garuda Purana forms like a base. So if we have to know about rituals also, all that has originated in the Garuda Purana. Further, you have the mention of 4 yugas, that is Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga and Kali Yuga. Current Yuga is Kali Yuga. Now for all the 4 yugas, you have some positive aspects, some negative aspects. Satya Yuga, everyone was good, everything was righteous, they did not know what is bad, what is negativity. But what was the difficult part was, it was very difficult for them to reach God. That is, it was only through meditation. So if you have to please God, the form of bhakti was meditation, ghora tapasya. Without that, there was no other means. Treta Yuga, Rama's time, little life became easy, but then again people were good, but slowly negative elements like Ravana, Kumbhakarna came in. But there also the method of worship was through sacrifices, doing different yajnas. Rama also has done Ashwamedha Yajna, Rajasuya Yajna and so on. Next comes the Dwapara Yuga, Krishna's times. So you see slowly goodness starts reducing and negativity comes in. That was because right from the time or right before even Krishna was born, Kamsa makes preparations to send Asuras. So his entire life, entire childhood of Krishna is spent killing all the negative elements. But the way of worship, little it reduced its difficulty through different pujas. So that's the reason why you have the Govardhana Puja, Indra Puja and things like this, which were done during Dwapara Yuga. Kali Yuga, everything seems to be negative. There is only evil people around. But then the method of devotion is most easy. Chant the names of the Lord, it will lead you to moksha. So there is something good, there is something bad in everything. But for us, if you see, though there is a lot of negativity, through satsangam we have come close, we do some good things. And for us, a very easy method has been mentioned. Chant the names of the Lord. You do it unknowingly also, still it will lead to moksha. For this, the best example from Srimad Bhagavatam, Ajamila Charitram. Ajamila, though he was born as a good person, like all of us, he got distracted in between. He went on the wrong path. But one thing that he did was, he named his last son as Narayana. During the last days of his life, he chanted Narayana, though unconsciously. He called to his son, but still, the Lord considered that to be bhakti, gave him a position in Vaikuntham. So the Lord says, unconsciously also, you chant my names, I will give you moksha. So, through this, what is the learning for all of us is, at least little part of our day we can spend in doing something good, chanting the names of the Lord, because this is an easy method that has been told in the Kali Yuga. Further, you have the division of Vedas that has been mentioned. Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa. Vyasa, who is the one who has compiled the Puranas, Vedas and so on. In every Dwapara Yuga, you have the division of Vedas that is done into 4 parts. The latest is by the 28th Vyasa, who is called Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa. And the Vedas, they are divided into 4 parts. Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Atharva Veda. Most of us, we belong to a particular Veda, so we must know this. It traces back our own ancestors, our own old knowledge that is there. Now, there were a few sages, few disciples who were taught the Vedas. Rig Veda was taught to a disciple, to a sage called Paila. This is for information, but at least for the 4 Vedas that are there, at least to the Veda that most of us belong to, be it Rig Veda, Yajur Veda or Sama Veda. We have a minor population belonging to the Atharva Veda also. We must know who is our own sage. So for that, the names Rig Veda was taught to a person called Paila. Yajur Veda was taught to Vaishampayana. Then Sumantu was taught the Atharva Veda and Jaimini was taught the Sama Veda. So these were the one who have been taught the 4 Vedas, and you have the spread of Vedic literature that is passed on from generations together. Vedic literature, the significance of Vedas is very much highlighted in the Garuda Purana, because it is considered to be the basis of Indian knowledge. So the study of Vedas, in today's times we have books, you have recordings, everything is available, still hardly people open it and study, but maybe, and all this is available, maybe you can consider in the last century or so. Before that, everything was passed on through oral tradition. You give someone in writing also, we forget, right? Someone tells us something, you give it in writing, everything is provided, still we forget things. So just imagine something which is passed on through oral tradition, years and years, it has survived and it has been passed on. So till today, if we have something, we have to cherish it at least little what we know, we must learn, pass it on to others. In case of the Puranas also, as I told you in the beginning, it started from Lord Vishnu himself. From Vishnu till date, maybe now all of us are listening to the Purana, so you just imagine how many years it has been passed. Today also, if you are talking about this topic, that itself shows its significance and importance. Further, you have the description and the detailed information of all the 18 Puranas. So Garuda Purana itself talks about all other 18 Puranas also, like I told you, the Skanda Puranam, Matsya Puranam, Padma Puranam, Markandeya Puranam, and so on. It also talks about a few Upa Puranas. Upa Puranas are minor Puranas, like Ganesha Puranam. So the most popular Ganesha Sahasranamam, today being Ganesh Chaturthi, few of you would have chanted. It is from the Ganesha Puranam. Then the Narsimha Puranam, Shiva Puranam, and so on. So these are considered to be a few Puranas and Upa Puranas. There is also a Purana called Durvasa Purana. Next, you have the 18 Vidyas that are mentioned in Garuda Purana. 18 Vidyas is 18 different ways of knowledge. Starts from the Vedas, Itihasas, Puranas, Dharmashastram, Dhanurvedam, archery, the different sciences. So if you see, Sanatana Dharma or Indian culture does not only talk about religion or only God or things related to spirituality alone, it also talks about various sciences that are there. That's the reason you have Dhanurvedam, Vyakaranam, and so on. So anything which gives you knowledge which forms a part of our culture, that is included in these 18 Vidyas that are told. In detail, you have the information that is given in the Purana. You also have the science of music also, which is told in the Garuda Purana. Further, you have a stuti in praise of Narasimha. So Narasimha has got a few mantras, the most popular being Lakshmi Narasimha Karavalamba Stotram. And you also have a Narasimha stuti from the Garuda Puranam, which is there. Narasimha stutim vakshye Shivoktam Shaunakaduna Purvam Matrugana Sarve Shankaram Vakyam Abruvan. Then you also have Mrityu Ashtakam, that is chanted usually when a person passes away. It has been told by Markandeya, that is also mentioned in the Purana. Stotram tatsam pravakshyami Markandeyena bhashitam Stotram sarvam damodaram Prapannosmi mrityuf karishyati. So this is just Markandeya talks about Mrityu Ashtakam, saying that even though a person has died, he has to attain the realm of Vishnu, attain the realm of Vaikuntha. Further, you have the principles of Bhagavad Gita also in the Garuda Puranam. In chapter about 230, 237, 236, talks about the essence of the Gita as told by Krishna to Arjuna. Then you also have a few branches of knowledge like Sankhya, Vedanta, Upanishads. So not too much in detail, but in brief, you have information about all these different branches of knowledge also. And further towards, with this, the Purva Kanda comes to an end. That is the first part of Garuda Purana, wherein the Lord says that at least little, whatever I have mentioned, one who even listens to this, like all of us are doing today, even little you listen, that will be beneficial, that will lead you to moksha. Next Kanda, or the second part, talks about, it is the Uttara Kanda or the Preta Kanda. Preta Kanda is wherein once a person passes away, once a person leaves his physical body, what happens to the soul? What happens to the body, what happens to the soul, and went on. Now, how come this was also included in the Garuda Purana? It seems that now, as we know, Garuda Puranam is a conversation between Vishnu and Garuda. So Garuda, once he listened to this Purva Kandam, he knew the stories, he knew that okay, the world is created and so on. It seems that he went around in this world. He felt I should go around, I should see the Srishti around me. And when he goes, he comes back to Vaikuntham, he is very sad. And then Vishnu asks him, why you are sad, what happened? So he says that I went all around. I find a few people happy, but more than people happy, I saw a lot of sorrows that were there. I saw that many people were crying, many people were suffering from diseases, old age, many people were dying and so on. So what is this? I'm not able to understand. Why should there be even the concept of sorrow? Why should there be death and so on? So for this, Vishnu gives them an explanation, and this is the basis of the second Kanda called the Preta Kanda or the Uttara Kanda. So many questions Garuda asks right from the rituals that are done once the person passes away, is why the body is kept on a mat, why it is tied to bamboo sticks, why it is carried to the crematorium, why the person's feet are kept facing southwards. For all this, detailed answers are told. So one common question if we take, why the body is kept facing southwards is Yamadutas. That is the place wherein lot of energy. So till date now, we have a lot of energy in our body, so that keeps pulling up. Whereas when life passes away, when a person passes, breath goes away, soul goes away, you don't have any energy. It's just a piece of body. So that's the reason why the feet is kept towards southwards. Slowly, all the energies start withdrawing from the body. And Yamadutas or Vishnudutas, they come. So Vishnu here, he consoles Garuda. Now Garuda was totally disturbed, just like all of us also. You get a death news or maybe someone is sick or so, we are disturbed, right? So similarly, Garuda is also totally disturbed. And Vishnu consoles him, saying that though there are a lot of things that are told, like Yamadutas coming, a lot of torture that is there, but still, you can change this if you keep doing good things all through your life. That is the reason I have told you about the Purva Kanda, which talks about all good things, all the everyday rituals and so on. So if you do that, Yamadutas will not come. Instead, I will send my Dutas, Vishnu Dutas, and take you to Vaikuntham. So you can change, everything is in your hands, how you do it. Further, now, what exactly happens? Garuda next questions, okay, this is fine, but now you tell me what happens to the soul after it leaves one's body. And why are people doing, I saw in a particular place, I went to Gaya, people were doing Shraddham, I went to someone's house, people were doing their the yearly rituals and so on. And why things like in one particular place, I saw that every month some rituals were being done. In some place I saw that 10th day some rituals were done, 11th day rituals are done, 12th day rituals are done. So what is all this? Like all our life, people are spending time doing rituals once a person passes away. Why so much of importance? For this, Vishnu gives an answer that it takes about 1 year for the soul, when it dies from a physical body, to go to the next body. Just as we have people, you comes, like I told you, someone comes to meet you or someone comes to your family. Whenever they go, from outstation if someone comes, even though they go, we ensure that they go safely, right? Maybe they will never come back or after a few days they come. But their journey should be safe. We wish them safe and we ensure that they go and reach the place safely. Same thing is for our ancestors also. So for a person who was with us maybe for so many years, suddenly he has ascended, he has left this physical body, doesn't mean that he has gone away totally. He's just left Bhuloka. He has to ascend further, he has to go to Vaikuntham, Swargalokam or wherever, depending on his karma that is there. So that path is very difficult, and that's the reason why one entire year of karmas you have to do. Now some people think that I will do it at the end of 1 year, or they will do only the first year karmas, then one fine day they'll go to Gaya, they'll go to Kashi, they'll go to Rameshwaram. Will do, is that enough? If we eat only once in a day, is that enough? It's not enough. All through our life we have to keep eating, right? Or not even once a day. We eat 3 or 4 times a day, still we are hungry. But same thing is applicable when a person dies also. So every month, monthly rituals have to be done. Because every month it seems that lot of when a body leaves, when a soul leaves a body and goes, it is not very easy for the people who die. It seems that lot of tortures come their way, maybe crows, animals come and attack them, Yamadutas come and hit the person, maybe they are hit with swords, weapons and so on. So this depends of course on one's karma. So it is not easy. All of us also, one fine day we have to face this. But then if you do good things, the level of punishment will be less. So ascending, that is going from Bhuloka, from earth to the Pitruloka, it is a journey. So they feel hungry, they need things to go about their journey, they need clothes, they need certain things. So that's the reason why we do the Danam. On the 13th day, 12th day, we do a lot of Danam. We give umbrella, we give gold, we give slippers to the priests and so on. So why this is done is, the priests are considered to be a form of our Pitrus, and if we give them the Pitrulokam, the Pitrus will have their journey, that is easy. Monthly, if you do the rituals, you offer the Pindam, Pindadanam that we do, ball of rice, the few same seeds and so on. If you do that, and also water that we offer, that is food for them. So every month you offer them food so that they keep traveling up and up. If you don't do that every month, they'll not have food, the person will fall down, they'll go to hell. So now you might feel, why should I do this? What impact it has on me? I do, the person has gone. Whether he falls down, whether he doesn't rise up, it doesn't matter to me. It is not so. Because what you face, just as we believe, you do good, good comes to you. You do bad, bad will come to you. So this is applicable even for karmas. If you don't do the same to your ancestors, you yourself will also face this. Your own future generations will do the same thing. You have to also suffer. Now, why we don't give this much importance is because we cannot remember, or we cannot imagine what will happen in hell. We don't know what happened in our Purva Janma. We don't know what will happen in future. Therefore, we feel that everything will be happy. It is not at all so. If you don't do the karma for your ancestors, the same thing you will also have to face, because we believe in karma. You do good, you get good. You do bad, you will get bad results. So that is the reason why every month the tarpanam, the rituals have to be done. And also on every Amavasya also the tarpana is done. Then you have different kinds of shraddhas that are mentioned, which are done even on few good occasions. So shraddham may not always be like only for our ancestors, or maybe in a negative aspect. It is also in a good way on auspicious occasions also. Like you have the start of every Hindu month. On that day you do the tarpana. Then whenever some auspicious occasion is there, be it Upanayana Samskara, or you have a marriage in the family, you have the Nandi Shraddham that is done. So Shraddham is, or Tarpanam that we do, is nothing but whenever, now it's an auspicious occasion, on that day let me be thankful to our ancestors, let me be grateful to them. So Shraddham basically is a sense of gratitude that we have to our ancestors and be thankful to them. So that's the reason why it is done even on auspicious occasions. Shraddham, Tarpanam need not always be considered only after a person dies. And in fact, it should be done regularly. Every month it has to be done. Then the 1 year rituals also have to be done. Now, considering the 10, 11, 12 day rituals that are being told, till the 10th day, if you see, it seems that it takes about 10 days for the soul to get a form of a ghost. Ghost is to leave the form, be it an animal or a human being, to leave that form and to ascend to Pitraloka. In earth, if you see, we have animals, we have human beings. Human beings have a particular form, head, 2 legs, 2 hands, and so on. Pitralokam, it will not be the same. There you don't have a proper body structure. It will be in the form of ghosts. So to get that ghost form, it takes about 10 days. So that's the reason we do the rituals. And till the 10th day, the word Preta is used. From the 11th day onwards, the 11th day rituals that we do, it has already got the form of a Preta. So we don't call, like from the 11th day onwards, the priest, if you notice carefully, he will stop using the word Preta. That is the bodily or the ghost form that is there. He will consider, because the person has ascended to Pitralokam, then on the 12th day you have a lot of dhanam. Slowly the person is ascending to the higher worlds. Then on the 13th day, on the 11th day, you call a lot of relatives belonging to the same family. You tell them also to do pinda dhanam. That is, but we call our relatives, tell them to offer food and so on, offer food and water. 12th day is finally all the dhanam, everything is done. The person is ready to ascend to Pitralokam. 13th day is now all the rituals are complete. So it is like you call people, you invite them. This person has passed away, but now life has to continue. So like a Shubha Swikaram, as we say, everything has to go about smoothly. So every day has got a significance, every month has got a significance, every year has got a significance. And again, not only 1 year, years together, at least on one day of that year, on that person's tithi, at least we should remember our ancestors and do it. And if you see, one person can do the Shraddha only till he or she is alive. So we can do it for one's own parents, right? In extreme cases, be it like maybe premature deaths or something, or if a particular person does not have children, then maybe you do it for your brother or other family members. Beyond that, there is not like in detail, you have to spend a lot, or you have to dedicate a lot of time. We don't do that. Once in a year, that too, it will be hardly for a few years till you are alive. So till you are alive, you do it for your parents. Beyond that, there is no one to do it. Of course, if the next generation takes it, it is fine. So that's the reason why we see whenever we do the Shraddha, be it you do it for your own parents, still we chant the names of 2 or 3. We recite the names of 2, 3 generations, 2, 3 ancestors more. So that is, even though those people, now if my grandfather is not there, no one can do the Shraddham for my great grandfather, right? But then at least my father, when he does the Shraddham for my grandfather, he's chanting the names of my 2, 3 generations further. So though no one is doing them annually, at least once for at least 3 or 4 generations up, let me chant their names so that they also will attain whatever we have to offer them. So it's just a sense of gratitude, and once a year I remember them, whatever Yatha Shakti I can, I offer to them. So this is the significance of rituals, which is mainly highlighted in the Preta Kanda of the Garuda Purana. So the exact in detail rituals has been mentioned, what you have to purchase, what you have to do, and also the importance of calling a priest. Now Vishnu himself highlights this. He says that Some people will feel, after reading the Garuda Puranam, I will only do all the rituals at my house. That is not so. Why should the priest be called, or why do we call the priest? There might be people who know all the mantras, there might be people who know all the Puranas and everything. But what is the importance of calling a priest is considered to be like a messenger. So he's a form of our ancestors, and through him we have to reach the Lord. And also the importance of dakshina and food. Food also, as far as possible, we should also give food to the ancestors. Nowadays, most of us, maybe now if you really have a genuine problem, we don't offer them food, but as far as possible, we must do it, because whatever you give it to the priests, it is for our own ancestors, grandparents, parents, or great-grandparents. Also, where should the Shraddham be done? As far as possible, it should be done in one's house, or you have samajams like this which help you in doing the karma. So the main purpose of having such organizations is, and with so much of information in the Garuda Puranam, it highlights why our karmas should be done, why we should not skip it at any cost. So much of importance has been told. Okay. Now further, you have a few things that are highlighted. Next is, now for the Preta Karyam that we do, now mostly if you see, we do the karma for our old people, so grandparents, parents who die usually of old age. But Vishnu himself highlights a few points that in earlier times there used to, mostly people used to die only of old age. But nowadays you see a lot of young people or maybe premature deaths, accident deaths also do take place. So in olden times also it used to happen, but you can say the number was quite less. And he gives the reason for this. He says because people don't know the right things to do, they don't follow a proper diet, they don't follow a proper lifestyle, this itself has led to a lot of premature deaths. This Vishnu has mentioned then in the Garuda Puranam. Today we see this in the outside world. So what he says is, for premature deaths or even for a small child who dies, in fact immediately sometimes a child is lost inside the womb of a mother, or maybe once it is outside and so on, just immediately a few days after it is born, or maybe a 4 or 5 year old kid, for them also Shraddha karma has to be done. So it's not only for old people, even for youngsters also the rituals have to be followed properly. So it is someone from your own blood, from your own family is born, you have to do the rituals in the right way. Further, with this the concept of Shraddham ends. Garuda Puranam doesn't only talks about Shraddha karma or rituals, it also talks about what exactly happens in the womb. That is a lot of medical science or Garbhopanishad. There is a science of study, Garbhopanishad. It again takes a few points from Garuda Puranam. Now Garbhopanishad is not a part of Garuda Puranam, it is a reference text which talks about what exactly happens in the Garbha. Now we know that 9 months a child is there inside the womb, but if you can consider even medical science, but still it is like a marvel, right? Maybe in the first month it's just a piece of flesh, and then by the 9th month it is a complete human being. And every month by month slowly different organs develop, eyes, nose, ears, heart, internal organs. Then finally the child is born as a full human being, it can breathe by itself and so on. So Garuda Puranam, it gives in detail information about in every month, and now I'm not getting into the details, but every month what exactly are the changes that takes place. So just as now also you go and take a sonography, you know what exactly happens, what parts of the child are there, is the heart beating, you can see the heart. The same things have been told in the Puranam also in detail. Many chapters are dedicated. So this shows how our culture or how this Purana was so advanced. Talked about things which today we feel we see around us, but it has also spoken about things in those times. Then it says that once a child is born, how immediately once it comes out, it cries. Why does it cry? Because for 9 months it's there inside a shelter, suddenly it cries, it's exposed to the outside world, it doesn't know how to react. Then after some time, after a few minutes, it gets used to it, and then slowly life starts in. There is also a philosophical meaning to this. That is, when a child is born inside the womb, when the child is there inside the womb of a mother, it seems that it is very sad. Now you just imagine, now luckily none of us remember what happens inside the womb. But if you remember, if you see, it is a lot of hard work. Just in 9 months, a small place, you have to stay there, and whatever your mother does, whatever she eats, whatever she does, it has an effect on you. You have to tolerate all that, you cannot speak, you cannot tell her anything, you cannot react in any way, you have to just bear it. So suffering starts right inside the womb. And it seems that the child continuously feels bad. The child or the womb, any creature inside the womb, it feels bad that I have to be born here in this place, such a place for 9 months I have to stay, and once I come out also I don't know what is going to happen. And one fine day again I have to die. So it seems that the child inside the womb, just as all of us, we make resolutions at the start of the year, we never fulfill that, but still at the beginning, just as we make, the child inside the womb makes a resolution that I will ensure that in this birth I do only good things so that I don't have to stay in this place again. 9 months I don't have to take birth again. But what happens is, when it comes out, Ajnanam comes in and it starts crying. That's the reason it is said that it cries. Ajnanam, ignorance comes, it forgets whatever is it thinks inside the womb. Then again suffering, this, that comes in. Few of us, we are lucky because of our good karma, we can do good things. But few of us, just as life takes us, we have to accept it. And based on one's good and bad things, we have to be reborn again. So philosophically, this is told that when a child is born or when a person is born, the child cries, all the people around laugh or they are very happy because a new child has been born. But when a person dies, it seems that the person is peaceful but people around cry. Why the person is peaceful at that time? Because he feels now finally from this world of sufferings, now I will move about, I'll go to Vaikuntham, Swargalokam, whatever it is. So this is, now why some things happen, why a child cries, why people don't cry when a child is born, and vice versa at the time of death. There are reasons for this. This is one of them. Next, one who reads Garuda Puranam or one who listens to Garuda Puranam. Now Vishnu here, now the topic is not over, but Vishnu still tells this to Garuda because now that's the reason I'm telling all of you also. You should always feel, why I'm listening to the Garuda Puranam? I have so many other things to do, I can do that. Or in my case, I can feel, why I'm telling the Garuda Puranam, I can do something else. It is said that at least you listen to something, how much we apply, that is in our hands, you decide. But at least little you listen, something new you take, it's a learning. And if you try to bring these principles in your life, it will lead to a good life, and after life also, it will take you to a good place, it will help you go to Vaikuntham. Further, this is the last part of the second kandam that is there, which is Brahma Kandam or Preta Kandam. Finally, Vishnu, he concludes the second kandam saying that you don't have to worry about things that happen towards the end or after you die, where will I go? When you are alive, if you keep worrying about things that will happen after your death, you cannot lead a life properly, right? So ensure that whenever things are happening good, now when you have got a good opportunity, you consider it to be the grace of Lord, be blessed. And Vishnu here, he himself highlights to Garuda, he says that you went around the world, you saw so many people. In fact, the Brahma Kandam, the second Kandam that was there, that was, if you remember, Garuda comes there and he tells that I went around the world, I saw people suffering and I feel very bad and so on. Vishnu tells you take this with a positive aspect. Though people all around you, you found them suffering, you found them doing ill things, wrong things, still out of all that, you are one who have gotten good opportunity of doing something good. So why not make the best of it? So this is again, like we compare all of our lives also. You have got good things, you have got evil things around you, but it's in our hands to decide what you want to take. You want to do good, you do good. You want to be affected by bad things. If you keep complaining, you have to keep complaining. But if you can take the good things, you'll always be good. So Vishnu tells you don't have to keep worrying about things that will happen after you die or what maybe about life. Like some people, all of us, worries are going to be there, problems are going to be there. But how much that has an impact, it's in your hands. All this I am not telling. Vishnu tells the same thing in the Garuda Puranam. The same thing, to some extent, you can apply it in your lives. Now the last kandam or the final kandam of the Garuda Puranam is Moksha Kandam. Moksha Kandam, Vishnu here highlights, and all this conversation also takes place. Now firstly it was between Vishnu and Garuda. Further it was narrated by Vishnu again to Brahma, Shiva and the other gods. So it is like a step-by-step procedure. One is when you are alive, you do good things, you spend time doing positive things. Now when it is said good things, you need not always feel that it is only devotion or religion. Full day I have to go to the temple, full day I have to chant. It's not like that. Some time you dedicate for that, but also engage in doing some good positive things, like maybe coming and listening to such discourses, or maybe doing some things which make us happy and positive, rather than things which will waste our time and maybe bring around a lot of negativity. So, Moksha Kanda. So, this was the first Kanda. Second is after a person dies, that is, after the physical body is given up, what happens next? Why the karmas have to be done, what is the significance, what is the importance, all that has been highlighted. Third Kandam, Moksha Kandam, he says that a few things that will lead to moksha or ultimate stage, Vaikuntham. So, it is like the conclusory part, but again, it doesn't only talk about moksha alone, it also covers a few other topics. So, in this, you have incarnations of goddesses that are mentioned. So, you have the Navaratri festival coming up. There are a few stotras that you chant in praise of the goddess, which have its reference in the Garuda Purana. Like on each of the different days of the week. Like on a Sunday, we worship Lord, Sun, Monday, Shiva, Tuesday, Ganesha, Wednesday, Krishna, Thursday, Guru, Friday, Goddess, Saturday, Rama, and so on. Similarly, Tithis. Ashtami is for goddess Durga. Durga Ashtami, very famous. Navami, Rama. Ashtami, Lord Krishna was born. Like this, Shashti is for Lord Muruga, Kartikeya. Like this, different Tithis are mentioned. So, Garuda Puranam tries to tell a way in which maybe every day, everyone, we cannot worship all the gods or do all the good things, but to make things easy, we have told some few days or few Tithis that are auspicious. It is on a Thursday, maybe you chant something in praise of Guru. Friday, you chant something in praise of the goddess, and so on. So, all this that we follow today, it has got its reference in the Garuda Puranam. Not only in this Puranam, many other Puranas and scriptures too. But then, through this, what you see is, the Lord doesn't always talk about things that are very difficult. Even everyday things which we can practice, that also the Lord mentions. And when things are told this easy, like He has given a ready-made solution, on a Thursday or on a Navami, you chant something. Thursday for Guru, Navami for Ashtami, for Durga, Navami for Rama, and so on. Things have been told this easily. Still, if we don't do, it is our own ajnanam, it's your own karma. So, things have been made very easy for us. It's just in our hands how we must take it further. So, in the Moksha Kandam, you have various incarnations of Goddess Mahalakshmi, Sita as Rama, then Rukmini, Satyabhama, Rukmini especially, Krishna Avatara, then Srinivasa, Padmavati. Like this, there are different incarnations of Goddess Mahalakshmi. She was also born as a form of Jayanti. So, just as when the Lord incarnates in different forms, the goddess also has to incarnate. Then you have one incident which Rama himself highlights. This comes in the Brahma Kanda. That is the middle Kandam of Garuda Purana, about the importance of karma or the Pitru Karma that we do. It seems that once Rama and Sita, when they were in the forest, at that time during a particular tithi of Dasharatha and their ancestors, they decided to do the Shraddha Karma. So, now this itself shows that though they were in the forest, they did not have a lot of things, whatever they had, they decided to do. So, all the necessary arrangements were made, the priests were called, and Rama and Lakshmana were doing the Shraddha Karma to the ancestors. Sita was also present there. Sita, it seems that in between she ran away from there. Rama was surprised. He asks, he feels, but then he could not get up in middle. So after all the karma rituals were being done, he goes and he asks Sita. She ran and she hides herself behind a tree. So Rama goes and asks Sita, what happened? Why you came running like this? Sita at that time tells that, I could see all the ancestors there. I could see Dasharatha, I could see all the Ikshvaku clan, right from Aja, Dilipa, Sagara, Bhagiratha. I saw all the ancestors standing there when you were doing the Tarpana. So then Rama says, okay, if you saw this, what is the reason for running? You could have met them, right? So then Sita tells that, I felt bad that I was in the forest, we were wearing these orange robes, we could not offer them, apart from something like roots or fruits, we did not have things to offer them. I felt very bad, I felt ashamed, I could not show my face, that's the reason I ran back and hid myself behind a tree. So this, why this story is highlighted, Rama, Sita themselves have done all the karmas to their ancestors, and it shows that, one more part of this is, things should always be done in the right way. Like sometimes we feel, you don't offer them food, or you do some shortcuts, or you just go somewhere, you give the priest money, you tell him you do it, from my side you do it, why should the priest do it for your side, right, from your side. So like this, different things are told, and Sita there feels bad that we don't have anything, you are the king, I am a princess, I too belong to a royal family, still all other riches we are enjoying only for this karma. Destiny has brought us like this, that we have to do it in the forest with whatever little we have. So this is highlighted in the Garuda Puranam, showing that even when we do all the Shraddha karma, just as we celebrate all other festivals, you do all the other rituals, marriage, this, that, everything. We don't look at money or we don't look at other things, right? You wear good clothes, you offer food. Same thing has to be done even for Shraddha too. Further, you have the different ways of worship that are mentioned for Goddess Mahalakshmi, Goddess Saraswati, Krishna, Rama. Everything is mentioned in the Moksha Kanda, that is the last part of Garuda Purana. Now, you also have stories of Lord Venkatesha. In today's Tirupati, if you go, the significance of Srinivasa and Venkateshwara, that has been mentioned in detail, about 5 to 6 chapters talking about the glory of Srinivasa Kalyanam. Now, whenever we hear the word Srinivasa, immediately we have Srinivasa Padmavati Kalyanam coming in. So, it is very auspicious. In fact, you have the Kalyanotsava, Brahmotsava happening there every day. All this reference has in the Garuda Puranam. That's the reason in the Tirumala hills, when you go to Tirupati, you have a hill. You have 7 hills there. Venkatadri, Sheshadri, Garudagiri, these are all different hills that are there, which is named after Garuda. Its significance is from the Garuda Purana. Now, a few questions also are answered. Again, not maybe directly in the Garuda Puranam, but you can say cite in the other scriptures as it considers reference from the Garuda Puranam. Now, if there are some genuine reasons, like I cannot do my everyday rituals, now all of us we can do Yatha Shakti, but once a person dies, say for example a person has got no children, no son, no daughter, or maybe no one in the family, then how can the Shraddha be done? For that, many options are mentioned. About 36 is a rough number you can consider, which is mentioned for people to do the karma. So this itself shows that there cannot be any excuses or reasons for rituals to be done. So if a person has got no son, then it can be done by the brother. No brother is there, brother's son, nephews, or in extreme cases, in earlier times it is said that even women also could do the Shraddha Vidhi. That is why today we don't do it. In those times, women used to have the Yajnopavita Samskara that is done. So for doing the Shraddham, you must have the Yajnopavitam. So therefore, women also could do. But in extreme cases, like rare conditions, say if the son is not there, you don't have anyone from your own gotra, from your own family, with the Yajnopavitam to do your karma, you can ask someone to do it. One's own daughter can also do it, or even woman also can do it. But the last point that is told is, it should not be skipped in any way. So why all these options are given is, there should be no skipping that should be done. If a son cannot do, it becomes very easy to give excuses. I don't have a son who will do. I don't have people who will do the karma. Or maybe I don't have money, I don't have resources. We have so many excuses, but then this should not be done. Even in extreme cases, someone should definitely do the karma. Next, second is, I don't know the tithi. Maybe on what day, there can be people, right? We don't know the tithi when my ancestor died, when they passed away and so on. You can do it on any Amavasya. In fact, all the Amavasyas we do the Tarpanam. You can do it on any Amavasya, especially in the month of Magha and Margashirsha. You do it. That is roughly in the months of December, January and February, March. You do the karma. On those Amavasyas, if you do, for all Pitrus. This is for those people who don't know the Tithis. So this should not be there. At least when our own ancestors pass, we should know the Tithi of them. But there can be people maybe who say, or we have ready-made excuses, in my family nobody did it. Maybe 2-3 generations before nobody has done it. So how can I do it now? I don't know anything. For that you can start from this. Garuda Purana mentions even this. Says that don't give reasons, don't give excuses at all. We have solutions for everything. But doing the rituals is very, very important. Be it while you are alive as well as while a person dies. It's very important. So even in those conditions also you should do it. Now, then where should I do it? I don't have a big house or I don't have a proper place. Then maybe like nowadays we have a lot of arrangements like this organization who makes things for us easy. So in such a place you can do it. Or maybe olden times people used to also do it in grounds also. So you dig up a pit, you have a big house, so in one's own backyard also you can do the Shraddha Karma. So this shows that Sanatana Dharma, Garuda Purana only elaborates on this and says that Sanatana Dharma leaves no excuse for doing things. That's the reason the Dharma is quite open. I cannot do this, okay, we have an option. You cannot do this, you do this. So, just as one small example I'll give you. All the Upanishads, there are many Upanishads. Out of that, 108 are considered important. Out of that also, 10 we consider to be prime. Ishavasya Upanishad, Kena Upanishad, Katha Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad and so on. What? I cannot study all this. Then what? Krishna mentions in the Gita, Sarvo Panishado Gavo Dogda Gopala Nandanaha Partho Vatsa Sudhir Bhokta Dugdam Gita Mritam Mahat. He says, Gita has the essence of all the Upanishads. I have churned out the knowledge from the Upanishads and I am telling it to Partha, telling it to Arjuna. You cannot read all the Upanishads, you read at least the Gita, then the 700 verses. Out of that also we have a lot of important shlokas, this and that. So like this there are different options. This is just one example. Now this again doesn't mean that we don't read the Upanishads, you take the optional form. If you have an opportunity, you can read. But if I cannot, just sitting and lamely telling excuses, I cannot do something for that, our dharma says, you cannot do this, I have an option ready for you, you do at least this. So this is one of that. Further, Shraddha, in our own way, we can do it every day. Every day, how you do it is when during the Madhyanikam, that is Tarpana. Tarpayati iti Tarpana, meaning to offer something. During the Madhyanika Kala, we do something, a ritual called Brahma Yajnam. Most of the people should be doing it. Men with the Yajnopavitam, you must do the Brahma Yajnam after Madhyanikam. Garuda Puranam highlights this. That is mainly, again, you offer it to our ancestors, to the rishis, Rishi Tarpanam, and so on. So this is something which is done every day. So this is also a kind of Tarpanam which is done every day. Then you have the Amavasya Tarpanam, again, wherein we remember our ancestors. Then offering, a simple thing that we do in most of our houses, giving food to crows. This is also found a form of Shraddha. On the day of Shraddha, you call out crows and they have food. Every day, it's a ritual. Crows are considered to be a form of our ancestors. So whatever I eat, before that some part, let me offer it to the ancestors. So this is just a part of Bhavam. Bhavam is we have a feeling that our ancestors in the form of crows, or when we do the karmas in the form of priests, they will come and they will consume this food. So these are all small things which we can do, but this also sometimes we are not able to follow properly. So through such small things, rituals should never be skipped. Garuda Puranam highlights on this. Further, towards the end of the Garuda Puranam, you have certain occasions wherein rituals have to be done. The most, apart from the yearly Shraddha, you have the Pitrupaksha Kala, which will come now about in 10 days or so. I think 29th or 30th it starts. Pitrupaksha Kalam, one Paksham, one fortnight, wherein apart from the yearly rituals, yearly Tithi to our ancestors, it's considered to be a very auspicious time. Pitrupaksham, again people dread. All my Pitrus will come, all my ghosts will come, all the Atmas will be roaming here and there, they will come and attack me. Atmas have got nothing to do. In fact, they are afraid of us. We'll go and attack them. So for that we do these rituals, Pitrupaksham, wherein all our Pitrus, they come down and they are present in earth, and that's the reason why on the Tithi of our own ancestor, be it on any Tithi that the person passed away, we do the Malaya Paksha or the Pitrupaksha Samskara that is there. You don't know the Tithi, you do it on the Pitrupaksha Amavasya, that is the Bhadrapada Amavasya, wherein we do the Tarpana. So this is again one important ritual which is highlighted in the Purana. Further, you also have Tarpanam which is done, rituals that are done even during the Akshaya Tritiya Kala. Now Akshaya Tritiya Kala is a very auspicious time wherein we go and buy gold, new things, new houses. But it is also a day wherein Tarpanam should be done to our ancestors. So basically what you consider is any auspicious occasion, be it a new year, the Hindu New Year, or you have Deepavali, on all these days also certain rituals are to be done. This is highlighted in the Garuda Purana. Next, towards the end of Garuda Purana, Vishnu takes a pause. He says that this is what I wanted to tell you about Garuda Purana. Now out of all this, you decide what you want to do, how much you can follow. But one who listens to this, it seems that he'll be very happy, he'll be freed from all sins. So it also highlights the Phalashruti of Garuda Purana. And Vishnu tells that at least little, if you listen to this Purana, forget about reading it, forget about chanting it, knowing the meanings and so on, at least if someone listens to anyone who is telling or a person who tells, such people also I will bless them. So this is the Phalashruti. Garuda is very happy and together he remains. And Vishnu at this time he blesses Garuda that you will be my Vahana, you will always be with me. And thus Garuda Puranam seems to be a blessing for all of us, which highlights on everyday rituals that we do. So with this, whatever little I know, I could share with all of you. I am thankful to Brahmana Seva Samiti for giving me this opportunity of sharing my knowledge, and congratulations to them on completing 25 years. They are doing great service to the society by ensuring that even those who are not able to do their karmas on their own, they provide service for that. So, Namaste, Hari Om. இப்போ இங்கே சில பேர் இருக்கா அவளுக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் அத்தனை புரியாட்டா தமிழில் கொஞ்சம் சொல்கிறேன். சும்மா 10 மினிட்டு தமிழில் ஜிஸ்ட் கருட புராணத்தோடு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது சொல்கிறேன். ஓகே. இப்போது கருட புராணம் எல்லா புராணத்தில் ஒரு புராணம். அது இப்போ கருட புராணம்னாலே கேட்டாலே பயமாக இருக்குது. ஆற்றுல வச்சுக்கலாமா, ஆற்றுல படிக்கலாமா, இப்படி நிறைய கேள்வி உண்டு. அதுலேருந்து கருட புராணம் ஒரு புராணம். இது நித்திய கர்மா, டெய்லி ரிச்சுவல்ஸ் என்னெல்லாம் செய்யணும், பிறக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடிலேருந்து குழந்தை வயத்தில் இருக்கிறதுலேருந்து ஆல் த்ரூ ஹிஸ் லைஃப், அப்புறம் டெத்து மிருத்யு, அதுக்கப்புறம் என்னெல்லாம் சம்ஸ்காரம் செய்யணும், அதெல்லாம் கருட புராணம் சொல்லுறது. கருட புராணம் 3 செக்ஷனில் டிவைட் பண்ணுவான். அது ஃபஸ்ட்டு விஷ்ணு வேறு அவதாரம் என்னெல்லாம் இருக்கும், மத்ஸ்ய அவதாரம், நாரதான்னு ஒரு அவதாரம் உண்டு. நாரத மகர்ஷியும் கருட புராணத்தில் ஒரு அவதாரம்னு சொல்லுவா. அது பக்தா ஆஃப் நாராயணா, அதனால நாரதாவும் ஒரு சேஜ் நாரதா ஒரு அவதாரம் ஆஃப் லார்ட் விஷ்ணு. அப்புறம் சிருஷ்டி எப்படி பிரம்மாலேருந்து தொடங்கி சிருஷ்டி வந்து தக்ஷ பிரஜாபதி நக்ஷத்திரம், தக்ஷ பிரஜாபதிக்கு 77 பொண்ணு, அதெல்லாம் நட்சத்திரம். அனுராதா, பரணி, கார்த்தி, ரோஹிணி, அதெல்லாம் நட்சத்திரம் வந்து அப்புறம் சிருஷ்டி நிர்மாணமாகி அப்புறம் வேறு இது ஜந்துகள் மனுஷன் எல்லாம் சிருஷ்டி ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் வேறு சில கதைகள் கருட புராணத்தில் சொல்லியிருக்கு. மெயினாக கதைகள்லாம் பிரேத கர்மா, தர்மகாரியம், தர்மசாஸ்திரம் இருக்கிறத என்னெல்லாம் கர்மா செய்யணுமோ, 4 வர்ணாசிரமம், பிரம்மச்சரியாசிரமம், கிரகஸ்தாசிரமம், வனப்பிரஸ்தாசிரமம், சந்நியாசாசிரமம், அப்புறம் 4 பிராமணா, க்ஷத்ரியா, வைஷ்யா, சூத்ரா, அவாவா நித்தியகர்மா, அவாவா நித்திய தர்மம், அப்புறம் சந்தியாவந்தனம், யஜ்ஞோபவீதம் ஆருக்கெல்லாம் உண்டோ. பிராமணாளுக்கு மாத்திரம் யஜ்ஞோபவீதம் இல்லை, பூனல் இல்லை. பிராமணா, வைஷ்யா, க்ஷத்ரியா 3 பேருக்கும் உண்டு. சில பேருக்கு தெரியாது, அதனால சொல்கிறேன். அவள் எல்லாருக்கும் சந்தியாவந்தனம் உண்டு, நித்தியகர்மா உண்டு, ஸ்ராத்த கர்மா உண்டு. இப்போ ஆருக்கெல்லாம் யஜ்ஞோபவீதம் இருக்கோ அவள் எல்லாரும் ஸ்ராத்த கர்மா பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் வேறு எல்லாம் கல்யாணம் என்ன சம்ஸ்காரம் இருந்தாலும் யஜ்ஞோபவீதம் இஸ் த பேஸ். அது பூர்வ காண்டத்தில் சொல்லுறது. நெக்ஸ்ட்டு பிரேத காண்டம். பாடி சோல் விட்டு போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன ஆறுது, அதுக்கப்புறம் என்னெல்லாம் செய்யணும். அந்த மனுஷன் நம்மளை விட்டு போயாச்சு, நம்ம கண்ணாரில் காணறது இல்லை, போயாச்சா, மறந்து போகிறது இல்லைக்கு அப்புறமும் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒன்ஸ் இன் இயர் ஒரு அமாவாசை திதி, அந்த மனுஷன் போகிற திதி அன்னைக்கு இந்த கர்மா பண்ணணும், ஸ்ராத்த கர்மம் பண்ணணும். அது இல்லைக்கு சில இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் டேஸ், இப்போ பித்ருபக்ஷ காலம், மாலைய பக்ஷ காலம் வரும், எல்லோரும் பண்ணுவாள். அப்புறம் சில பேர் சாலிகிராமம் வச்சு, சாலிகிராமம் அல்லாது சாலிகிராமம் மாத்திரை சில பேர் கல்லை வச்சு அப்படி பண்ணுவா. அப்படியெல்லாம் நித்திய கர்மாக்கள் சொல்லியிருக்கு கருட புராணத்தில். அப்புறம் நிறைய ரோகம், ஹிருதய ரோகம், கால் வெளி, கண்ணு வெளி, தலைவலி, அது வேறு ரோகம் பற்றி கருட புராணத்தில் சொல்லுறது. அதோடு என்னெல்லாம் மருந்தோ, அதுக்கு என்னெல்லாம் க்யூரோ, அதுவும் திருப்பி கருட புராணமே சொல்லுறது. இப்போ ஆயுர்வேத சாஸ்திரத்தோட பேஸ் அப்படின்னா கருட புராணம். மோர் தென் 50 சாப்டர்ஸ், 50 சாப்டருக்கு மேலே கருட புராணம் இதை பற்றி சொல்லுறது. அப்போது இதுலேருந்தே தெரியறது, எத்தனை மெடிக்கல் சயின்ஸ் முன்னுக்கு போனாலும் நம்ம சாஸ்திரம், நம்ம ஆயுர்வேதம் என்னெல்லாம் சொல்லியிருக்கு, நம்ம தான் அது படித்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். டுவர்ட்ஸ் த எண்ட் மோக்ஷ ஸ்கந்தம், லாஸ்ட் ஸ்கந்தம் எல்லாம் படித்தாச்சு, எல்லாம் செய்தாச்சு. கர்மா ஒருக்கா செய்யணுமா, டெய்லி செய்யணுமா, வருஷத்தில் ஒருக்கா செய்தா போருமா, கயாவுக்கு போய் செய்தா போருமா, ராமேஸ்வரம் போகிறேன், காஷி போகிறேன், அது மாத்திரம் போகாது. நம்ம டெய்லி சாப்பிட்ற மாதிரி, டெய்லி எல்லாம் செய்கிற மாதிரி பாக்கி எல்லா கர்மாவும், இந்த ஸ்ராத்த கர்மா மனுஷன் நம்மளுக்கு கண்ணால் காணாட்டாலும் அந்த மனுஷனோட கர்மா டெய்லி வருஷம் செய்யணும். இந்த 10ஆம் நாள், 11ஆம் நாள், 12th டே, 13th டே எல்லா சம்ஸ்காரமும் செய்து அதுக்கப்புறம் பித்ருலோகம். அந்த மனுஷன் போனால் நிறைய கஷ்டங்கள் வரும், நிறைய குத்துவா, அடிப்பா, கடிப்பா, நிறைய பிராணிகள் வந்து அவளோடு எல்லாம் அட்டாக்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் இருக்கும். அது எல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம இங்கேருந்து கர்மா பண்ணால் அவளுக்கு நம்ம தண்ணி, அவளுக்கு நம்ம சாப்பாடு, பிண்டதானம் அதெல்லாம் செய்தால் அவளுக்கு அந்த ஜெர்னி, அந்த யாத்திரை சுலபமாக இருக்கும். அதனால இந்த ஸ்ராத்த கர்மா பண்ணுறோம். லாஸ்ட்டு ஸ்ரீனிவாச பெருமாள், லக்ஷ்மி, சரஸ்வதி, சூர்யா, விஷ்ணு இவாளை பற்றி சில ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்குது, எப்படி பூஜை பண்ணுறது. அதுக்கப்புறம் தர்ப்பணம் எது பண்ணுறோமோ, பிரம்ம யஜ்ஞம் டெய்லி மத்தியானத்துக்கு அப்புறம் சில பேர் பண்ணுவா, எல்லாரும் பண்ணணும், யஜ்ஞோபவீதம் உள்ளவா. அது டெய்லி தர்ப்பணம், டெய்லி ஸ்ராத்தம், பித்ருலோகம், நம்ம பிரம்ம ரிஷி தர்ப்பணம், பித்ரு தர்ப்பணம் அண்ட் ஸோ ஆன். அப்புறம் சில இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஒகேஷன், மாசப்பருப்புக்கு சில பேர் பண்ணுவா, தீபாவளி, விஷு, புது வருஷம் பிறக்கிறத தர்ப்பணம் பண்ணணும், யஜ்ஞோபவீத சம்ஸ்காரம் நடக்கணும்னா தர்ப்பணம் பண்ணணும், கல்யாணம்னா தர்ப்பணம், அது எதுக்குன்னா நாந்தி ஸ்ராத்தம் அதுக்கு பேர். அப்போது தர்ப்பணம்னா இல்லை ஸ்ராத்தம்னா சும்மா தேவசம் அன்னைக்கு மாத்திரம் இல்லாக்கி நல்ல சம்ஸ்காரம் ஏதாவது நல்ல காரியம் நடந்தாலும் அன்னைக்கு நம்ம பித்ருக்களை ஓர்மை வச்சுக்கணும். அவளை மறக்காமல் அவள் ஆசீர்வாதனால நம்ம இன்றைக்கி அப்படி இருக்கிறனால அந்த கர்மா அன்னைக்கும் பண்ணணும். அதுவும் கருட புராணத்தில் சொல்லியிருக்கு. எண்டில் இந்த ஸ்ரீனிவாசா லக்ஷ்மி விஷ்ணு வாழெல்லாம் வேறு ஸ்வரூபம் அவள் எப்படி நம்ம வர்ஷிப் பண்ணுறோம் எப்படி பூஜிக்கணும் அதை பற்றி சொன்னதுக்கு அப்புறம் கருடா விஷ்ணு கருடர்கிட்ட சொல்கிறார், எல்லாம் நீ கஷ்டமெல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு வந்திருக்காய், எல்லாம் ஆயாச்சு, ஆனால் உனக்கு இனிமேல் உன் கையில் இருக்குது. நீ கஷ்டம்னா நீ கஷ்டமாகவே இருப்பாய், உனக்கு குஷியாக இருக்கணும்னா நீ குஷியாகவே இருப்பாய். ஸோ நீ டிசைட் பண்ணணும். கஷ்டம் எல்லாருக்கும் வரும், அவாவா கர்மா அவாவா ஃபாலோ பண்ணின்னு இருந்தால் கஷ்டம் வராது, எல்லாம் நல்லபடியாக நடக்கும். இப்போ இதோட கருட புராணம் ஃபஸ்ட்டு விஷ்ணு கருடர் அவாக்குள்ளே நடந்து, விஷ்ணு அப்புறம் பிரம்மா சிவா, அதுக்கப்புறம் கருடர் நெக்ஸ்ட்டு கஷ்யப்பர்கிட்ட சொல்கிறார், கஷ்யப்பர்லேருந்து பாக்கி முனி, அப்படி நிறைய ரிஷிமார்கிட்ட வந்து லாஸ்ட்டில் சூதான்னு ஒரு ரிஷி ஸ்ரீமத் பாகவத்தில் வரும். சூதா அவர் நிறைய ரிஷிமார் நைமிஷாரண்யம் இப்படி ஒரு வனத்தில் இன்னைக்கு சென்ட்ரல் இந்தியாவில் இருக்குது. அந்த வனத்தில் வந்து நிறைய ரிஷிமார்கிட்ட வந்து இந்த உபதேசம் பண்ணுறார் கருட புராணம். இப்படி இந்த கருட புராணம் விஷ்ணுலேருந்து தொடங்கி நிறைய ரிஷிமார்கிட்ட வந்து இன்றைக்கி நம்மள் டைம் இருக்குது, நிறைய புக் இருக்குது, நிறைய பேர் இப்படி சொல்கிறா. அப்படி கருட புராணம் வந்து செய்திருக்கு. அப்போது விஷ்ணுவே லாஸ்ட்டில் சொல்கிறார், ஆறு இந்த கருட புராணம் கேட்குறாளோ பலஸ்ருதி, ஆறு இந்த கருட புராணம் சொல்லாட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல, அந்த மந்திரம் படிக்காட்டா பரவாயில்ல, அர்த்தம் தெரியாட்டா பரவாயில்ல, அட்லீஸ்ட் யாராவது சொல்லறத அவளுக்கு என்ன தெரியுமோ அது கேளு, யாருக்கு என்ன தெரியுமோ அது வேற ஆள்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்கோ, அது கூடி போகிறோம், அது கூடி அவளுக்கு வைகுண்டம். இது இதுதான் கருட புராணம் ஃபார் தோஸ் இன் தமிழ். ஓகே, நமஸ்தே.
சூரியன் மேல இருக்கிற மத்தியானம் இம்மீடியட்லி ஃபாலோட் பை பிரம்ம யஜ்ஞம். இது வந்து வேற மினிமம் நித்திய கர்மா தினமும் இந்த பூனம் யஜ்ஞம் உள்ளவர்கள் எல்லாரும் பண்ணன்றதுன்னு சாஸ்திரத்திலையும் நம்ம ஆச்சாரியாரும் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. நம்ம இது என்னத்துக்கு பண்ணணும்னா, இது பண்ணினால்தான் இதெல்லாம் நம்ம என்ன நல்ல காரியம் செய்தாலும் கோவில் தீர்த்த யாத்திரை எத்தனை பெரிய பூஜை யாகம் யஜ்ஞம் அஸ்வமேத யஜ்ஞம் கூடி சந்தியாவந்தனம் டெய்லி பண்ணாதான் அஸ்வமேத யஜ்ஞம் பண்ணினாலும் அவனுக்கு அது ஒரு பலம் கிடைக்காதுன்னு சாஸ்திரத்தில் சொல்லியிருக்கு. அதனால இந்த நித்தியகர்மா நம்ம டெய்லி நம்ம பண்ணா நம்ம பண்ணாதான் நம்ம பண்ண அடுத்த ஜெனரேஷன் நம்ம பண்ணாங்க நீ பண்ணலான்னா அவ பண்ண மாட்டான். நம்ம பண்ணா நம்ம சொல்றதா நம்ம பார்த்து பண்ணுவோம். அது அந்த நம்ம வராத என்ன செய்தாலும் அதுக்கு பலம் கிடைக்கணும்னா இந்த பிரகாச சந்தியாவந்தனம். அது இன்னைக்கு இந்த டைம்ல எல்லாரும் அதுக்கு டைம் இல்லை, எனக்கு காலேஜ் இருக்கு, ஆஃபீஸ் இருக்கு, ஸ்கூல் இருக்கு. அது நம்ம இந்த சிருங்கேரி ஆச்சாரியா நம்ம காஞ்சி ஆச்சாரியா எல்லாரும் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அந்த டிவி வெளிப்பட அந்த டிஸ்கோர்ஸில் காட்ட நிறைய பேர் பார்த்துருக்கேன். சிருங்கேரி பெரிய ஆச்சாரியா இருக்க பாரதிய தீர்த்த சுவாமிகள் டிஸ்கோர்ஸில் அவருக்கு வர எல்லாரும் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அவருக்கு ரொம்ப பிரமாண்டம் சொல்லுவார். உங்களுக்கு மொபைல் பார்க்க வாட்ஸ்அப்பும் ஃபேஸ்புக்கும் எல்லாம் பார்க்கறதுக்கு நிறைய டைம் இருக்கு. அவர் சொல்றது நான் ஜஸ்ட் ரிப்பீட்டிங் வாட் ஹி ஹஸ் செட். பேப்பர் படிக்க டைம் இருக்கு, டிவி பார்க்க டைம் இருக்கு, சும்மா வட்டி பேச்சு வாசிங் இதுக்கு டைம் இருக்கு. சந்தியாவந்தனை மாத்திரம் அந்த காமெண்ட்டும் டைம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னால் நான் ஆக்சுவலி ஒத்துக்க முடியுதுன்னு அவர் ஆச்சாரியா இருக்காங்க. அதே மாதிரி காஞ்சி மகாபெரியவர் அவரோட அவர் இவாள்லாம் முன்னால் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா நாங்கள் ஒன்றும் சாஸ்திரம் உண்டாக்கி சொல்லவில்லை, ஆதிசங்கராச்சாரியர்கள் சாஸ்திரம் உண்டாக்கி சொல்லவில்லை. நம்ம தர்மசாஸ்திரத்தில் என்ன இருக்கோ அது எல்லாருக்கும் மனசிலான மாதிரி கொஞ்சம் ஈஸி லாங்குவேஜில் நாங்கள் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றோம். ரைட் ஃப்ரம் ஆதிசங்கராச்சாரியா இப்போ இருக்கிற ஆச்சாரியர் அவன் அதுதான் சொல்லுவான். இந்த சாஸ்திரத்தில் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கோ அதை நம்ம உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றோம். அப்புறம் காஞ்சி மகாபெரிவர் ஆறு பிராமணன், நம்ம பிராமண குடும்பத்தில் பிறந்தா பிராமணன் ஆயாச்சு. அப்படி யாரும் நினச்சிக்கண்டா உங்க குடும்பத்தில் ரெகுலரா காயத்ரி ஜபம் பண்ணதில்லை, சந்தியாவனம் பண்ணதில்லைன்னா அவர் பிராமணாவே அல்ல. இங்க சும்மா அந்த ஒரு நூலில் போட்டுள்ளதுனால மாத்திரம் பிராமணர் ஆயிட மாட்டேன். அப்படி இந்த ஆச்சாரியாரும் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. நிறைய பேர் இங்கே இருக்கோம். இதுலேருந்து நம்ம எல்லாருக்கும் ஆல்ரெடி பண்ணிட்டு தான் சார். அப்படி இன்கேஸ் somebody is not able to be very regular, நம்ம நிறைய 24 மணிக்கூர் இருக்கு ஒரு நாளில் அதை கொஞ்சம் அதை ரெகுலேட் பண்ணிட்டு எல்லாருக்கும் பண்ண முடியும். பின்ன அந்த ஒர்க்கிங் பீப்புள், ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் ஆல் தட், அது nobody can skip these things. அதில் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கா மாத்தியானிகம் இன்னும் பண்ண முடியாது. ஆஃபீஸுக்கு காத்தால பிரார்த்தா சந்தியாவனம் ஆனவுடனே பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆன் ஒர்க்கிங் டேஸ் ஸ்கிப் பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஹாலிடேஸ் அன்னைக்கு அதோட செய்யாத டைம் மத்தியானம் பண்ணணும். அதே மாதிரி சாயம் சந்தியாவனம் இட் ஷுட் நெவர் பி ஸ்கிப். எனக்கு லேட்டாக அதுக்கு வரது லேட்டாகும்னா நீ லேட்டாக வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் குடிச்சு உடனே பண்ணு. அதில் அதுலேயே அதாவது சொன்ன மாதிரி எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்கு. காலாதீத பிராயஷ்சித்த அரிச பிரதானம் விஷயம் ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா அர்ஜம் லேட் ஆனா காலாதீத லேட் ஆயாச்சு, அதனால ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா அர்ஜம், அது ஒரு பிராயஷ்சித்தம். அது ஸ்கிப் பண்ணாததுக்கு எக்ஸ்கியூஸே கிடையாது. இது வேற விடம், இது எல்லாருக்கும் நிச்சயமா நிறைய உபாசனை வந்தியெல்லாம் கிரகசாரம் உண்டு. அதெல்லாம் பண்ண ரெகுலரா பண்ண முடியாட்டா அட்லீஸ்ட் இந்த திரிகால சந்தியாவந்தனம் மாத்தியானிகம் நம்ம எல்லாரும் இதை நம்மளோட இருக்க சனாதன தர்மம் நியூஸ் ஃபார் ஆல் ராங் ரீசன் தீஸ் டேஸ். சனாதன தர்மத்தை அதுக்கு வந்து மாறுபோம் இல்லை. சனாதன தர்மா டஸ் நாட் டிபெண்ட் ஆன் அஸ். அது பேரே இட்ஸ் வெரி நேம் சனாதனம் மீன்ஸ் அனந்தம். அதுக்கு அந்தமே கிடையாது. இட் ஹாஸ் நோ எண்ட், நோ பிகினிங் ஆர் நோ எண்ட். அனாதி அனந்தம். பட் ஃபார் அஸ் டு ரீச் தி அல்டிமேட் கோல் ஆஃப் ஹியூமன் எக்ஸிஸ்டன்ஸ் வி சனாதன தர்மா ஷோஸ் அஸ் த வே. அப்போ நம்ம அதை ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு. So this is just a very humble submission to all of us, including myself. Our other generation too, through our own example, we should inspire them to do is by setting an example. That is the only way. Then one more thing, the Bhagavad Gita he just mentioned. Bhagavad Gita, illa Upanishad themselves are the essence, saram of the entire Vedas. Vedana, it is like a big ocean. Even the less than 1% of the Vedas that were compiled, Vedavyasa compiled பண்ண வேதத்தில் ஒரு 1% கூட இன்னைக்கு இல்லை, எக்ஸ்டிங்க்ட் ஆயாச்சு. அந்த 1% கூட ஒரு பெரிய சமுத்திரம் வழியாட்டும். அதோடு அந்த சமுத்திரத்தோடு எசன்ஸ் சாரம் இஸ் தி உபனிஷத் வேதாந்தா at the end of the Vedas. அந்த வேதாந்தத்தோடு சாரம் எசன்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி வேதாந்தா or Upanishads is the Bhagavad Gita. And Bhagavad Gita, just by coincidence, about a year back or 10-11 months back, a group of us started studying. All of us are students, including myself. We started together studying the chanting word by word meanings as well as the inner meaning, what is the teaching, and most importantly, how can we try to the நம்ம லைஃப்ல அதை எப்படி ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறது. நம்ம அதை படிச்ச அந்த ஸ்லோகத்தெல்லாம் சேண்ட் பண்ணுறோம் நிறைய பகவத்கீதாலேருந்து. அது வாட் இஸ் பகவத்கீதா? பகவத்கீதானா இட் இஸ் லைக் அ மேனுவல். நம்ம அதில் புதிய வாஷிங் மிஷினோ டிவி வாங்கினா அதில் ஒரு சின்ன புக்லெட் ஒரு மேனுவல், how to use this. அது மாதிரி பகவத்கீதா is a manual, how to live our lives. There is only one purpose of this human birth, which is very rare and very precious, that is to realize our true self. Bhagavad Gita shows us in a very simple practical way how to do it. When the class, it started as a small support for this class group, about 30-40 people, the group is there. Our Monday we started making some notes, which has now become a small book on practical lessons from the Bhagavad Gita. This has recently got published I have some copies with me. It is this is, you can say it is an essence, even further essence of the Bhagavad Gita. It contains what are the practical, how can we follow the teachings in our day-to-day life that has been presented here. If anybody is interested, you can meet me after the end of the session, and we are not selling this for a profit. In the book there is a small nominal contribution that is collected for either spiritual or charitable purposes. The contribution for a single copy is 101. That entire 101 is used for spiritual and charitable purposes. So anybody who wants it can take it from me, and those who are interested in having minimum 10 or more copies, there is a discount. Those who want to gift it to other people, this is a good gift you can give instead of giving something else. Minimum 10 copies, there is a discount of 10%. 20 or more copies, there is a discount of 20%. For that I am not carrying enough copies. Those who are interested can just write down, we will give you a paper and pen, write down your name and mobile number and how many copies you would like. We will arrange to send it, we will send you the details and then we will send you the copies. This is for those who want minimum 10 copies. Those who want a single copy, you can meet me after the end of the session and you can take it from me. Okay, with that request or thanks, the committee thanks
Please be here. I request Lakshmi and other visitors first. All of them, please come to the stage. Now, to the first, Srinivasi Mama, Arun Tiger. Please come.
With a beautiful lecture from Lakshmi Arun and our Arun sir. We heard many things and it has enlightened us or refreshed our mind to some extent. We shall try to follow that advices in our life. With this, we can do this program of today. And I request every one of you to go to Vidya Mandir, add as evening snacks and disperse and be there tomorrow at 6 o'clock for the Ganpati. There will be a function for 2 more days. 2 more days, which will start by 6 o'clock at Ganpati and 7 o'clock there will be 2 functions, 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. There are 2 functions which will be simultaneously will be here. Okay, we will disperse now, we will have our snacks. I request the senior citizens to move first, then followed by others. We will have priority for senior citizens who can go further and followed by others. Thank you.
எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சதும் எல்லாரும் அங்கேக்கு வாங்குவோம்.
Amen.